in these conventions and the casinos in Las Vegas. I mean, everybody knows that it's the adult entertainment playground. Everywhere you go, there's super celebrities walking around. And we ran into a few of them in our travels, let's just say. I will be perfectly honest with everybody who watches this show. I am not on my game today, okay? I'm really not. I'm not used to working, 80-hour weeks in the field trying to put together these types of shows, again, with only one person supporting, and that's my man, Dan French. But I do see an old friend up there in the cyber world, the internet world. There's David Rabinovich. David, guess what? You're on, buddy. Can you hear me? Are you there? Well, he's there, but he's going to turn on his audio. So he's working on that, I think. I think he is. I know he's got a Ben Weiner jersey up over his shoulder, though. I can see that. And we'll connect with David in a second as we continue here. I could give you some news of cannabis this week. Let's talk about these two conventions. First of all, these are the two largest cannabis conventions that I've been to, certainly since the pandemic. And there was a big difference between the two of them, okay? And one, MJ BizCon, did not ask for vaccination status, just followed the guidelines that the Las Vegas Convention Center and Authority put forth on the pandemic, and they had taken over two separate locations. So the show automatically was, instead of one location, they spread it out. David, do I hear you now? I don't. No, I'm actually hearing myself in delay here.
So you're hearing through his loop.
I'm hearing it through David's loop? Okay, so he's not listening the right way. Does he have to put on a headset or something?
He may have to.
So David, if you have a headset, you can put that on. That would be that'd be helpful, because otherwise I'm hearing myself on delay. Which back in the day when I used to, I hear you. I just heard you. You said you can't get in.
I can't get in.
I hear you though, and it sounds like you're in. And now he's texting me too and talking to me, so it's really confusing. But
the right way? Does he have to put on a headset or something?
Oh, now I'm actually hearing myself ask if David should put on the headset or not. So
Okay.
What's that, David? You are in. He just texted me. You don't have David's number? Text
No,
him.
I'm in, but
Okay, I hear you, David. And now
I'm here.
I know, and
Holy cow.
and you did. There you are. No, but can you hear me? Yes or no?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. How are you?
I'm well, Jimmy. It looks like I'm doing a little bit better than you are.
Oh yeah, I've had
a bad hair day today.
I'm having a
for
bad.
me.
I've had.
You're fine. It's just
It's tough. You know what? We're in a studio outside of Las Vegas, David, and we were lucky to find this studio. And it only happened because my buddy Neil Portnoy, who's a Worcester native, by the way, has his own gallery here in Las Vegas and is a very old friend of mine. And he knew that Aaron had this studio around the corner from his studio. So guess what? Here we are, and we're trying to make it happen, because this couldn't have happened at all if we were going to rely on the Wi-Fi that's available in downtown Las Vegas. Anyway.
so,
All right.
Jimmy, how's the show been?
Well, I was trying to fill time there. I got to tell you, David, overwhelming. I'm totally overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed with a lot of things. One thing in particular is, first of all, a huge success if you're MJ BizCon, because you had 1,200 vendors, maybe not as many as you had from around the world, but you had plenty of people that came into this from around the world. They had usually been in one convention hall at the Las Vegas Convention Center. They've spread it out over two halls. So automatically, the number of booths were split up. They had a separate hall of flowers for all the growers out there. And like every trade show, you meet a lot of people, you see a lot of old friends, and it's really special this time around, because this is the first one they've had since 2019, December. And everybody's just chomping at the bit to get outside and see each other again. And that's not, unique to the cannabis industry, right? But in the cannabis industry, everybody loves it when you can actually see and hug each other and embrace. And that's been the biggest takeaway from this. I've had a lot of great interviews. We actually have a lot of great content. Not all is going to make it into this program, which means we have plenty of work to do and plenty more content to share all next week on our pro-cannabis media outlets that are out there. David, how are things with you?
Jimmy, with you in Vegas, we're having a great time.
You haven't missed me, although my sports teams have had a bad week, haven't they?
I don't know. Ben was screaming the other night when these grand slams started going.
Yeah, but that was a win, and they haven't won. He's been very quiet the last few nights. Am I right?
No, he finds something else to watch to get him
All right.
excited.
Fair
Or he
enough.
screams at them when they do bad.
So interesting, different shows out here, David. Everybody knows that MJ BizCon's been around for 10 years, okay? George Jage, who is one of the co-founders of MJ BizCon, started his own little, I don't want to call it a rogue trade show, but it definitely was more geared towards investors, people looking to raise capital and get in front of capital. In fact, you saw all the biggest names. You probably can rifle them all. Viridian Capital, ArcView, everybody.
ArcView.
Right. They all had little rooms in addition to the showroom, the convention area, the trade show area, where there were not as many booths, but it was spread out. Again, you definitely felt the impact of the pandemic. In fact, MJ Unpacked, you couldn't get in unless they knew you showed your vaccination card, downloaded the app that you had to scan your photo ID in so they could actually confirm that that vaccination card that you were using was accurate and tied to the hospital or wherever you got that shot from. So you felt very comfortable in the whole registration process. Here's the issue, though. Most of the people that showed up at MJ Unpacked on Thursday, had just spent the day at MJ BizCon on Wednesday. So you know what I'm saying? It's like, did we all do the registration thing and we all had vaccinations and then did we run into anybody at MJ BizCon perhaps and bring it over to MJ Unpacked? I don't know this yet. Okay.
So the event that you're talking about with the investors, that's MJ Unpacked.
Correct. That's George Jage's one. And that was tied with the Blues Brothers had a great concert here in Vegas. Dan Aykroyd and Jim Belushi were up on stage with that whole band and closed to all video, I might add, because I did ask, but the band said no video. So guess what? No video means we don't cover them. It's just how it works. I'm not going to fight City Hall that way. But the investor breakout rooms I thought was a great idea. And, MJ BizCon has become such a huge event in the city that it's not just about the trade show. It's just about coming to Vegas and creating your own event almost and bringing your own people into that event. So there's satellite events and satellite parties all the time. It's really, needless to say, there's a reason why people say things about Las Vegas that, and forget the fact that, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, all those cliches. This is all about making deals, right? Having meetings with people. I was getting stopped a lot in the aisles, David, believe it or not. I had my funny little mask on that looked just like me. So there was that recognition factor that I was playing as I was doing like a mini focus group. And I was pleasantly surprised with how many people heard of not only Green Rush Live, but Pro Cannabis Media too. It made me feel very proud.
Good, Jimmy. And how many of them asked you where I was?
Two people asked for you.
Wow, that's great.
Two people, you know them both. Let's just leave it at that. But Scott Newman in Adaptive HR, Brian Wall from Adaptive HR as well, and the other sponsor of our travel here is Spoon Martyr, which is a major law firm celebrating their 40th year in Colorado with a very active cannabis practice. And we actually have some footage of one of their special sessions, which, by the way, they gave us access to. Because, David, let me ask you this. If you go to a trade show and you can either walk the show, have a booth, right, or just go to the panels. But it's so tough when you're on the floor of the trade show to get what's going on in those panels, right? Well, we had access to one of the panels, a breakout session from Spoon Martyr. It's all about social equity. And this is going to be more of a casual show here rather than a tight broadcast. So Dan and And Aaron, do we have that video? It would be the Green Spoon Martyr social equity one. Yeah. I think that would be the best thing to do, just to kind of sit back and listen a little bit to hear one of the panels that we were able to record, get some footage of, so you can get a feel for the type of competition. We're ready to go on that? We are. So, David, will he be able to hear it, Aaron? Wow, that's a big thing, too. I love this. So, David, sit back. This is the Green Spoon Martyr breakout panel on social equity. Let's give it a listen. I think, is Nick Richards and Jerry Greenspoon any of their principals? Yes. Okay, it's a you know what, guys? It's a clip, as they say in the old Johnny Carson. Let's set it. We've set up the clip. Let's roll the clip, then we'll discuss after. Does that work, David? It works. All right, we'll be back. Don't go away. Check it out.
I think social equity, we don't really know what that looks like yet. I'm not sure that we have a clear picture of that. I've been asking, people, what does that mean? What do you think that means? And I don't get one answer to that. One thing I hear a lot is, look, we want to be heard. We want to be part of the process. We want to be heard. And I'm not sure that's happening in these regulatory rollouts. And I wonder about that. And I also think that it's great. You can have a license, but it's a super tough industry. It requires capital. It requires, all these different things, and there's all these big barriers around tax problems and all this kind of stuff that they're set out there to make you fail. And so great, we're going to give you this license that's going to allow you to take a big chance and spend a bunch of money, and it is in many ways set up to fail when we look at the federal side of that. And so I don't think the landscape is really there yet, Jerry. I think we got to figure it out. There's work to do, and sadly, it seems like it's going to slow up the bigger process, right? Which it's again, is that where we want to go with this? I wonder about that.
Well, I think if you ask certain legacy operators, some of them would say yes, we do want to slow the process, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there are plenty of people in this country that make a living doing what would be considered quote unquote illegal, but they make a living that way. They're not harming anyone. I mean, I think everyone in this room agrees that cannabis is no longer that, like, has that stigma that, oh my God, and reefer man and stuff, that's gone, it's out the door. So they're selling, it's a drug, but it's a drug that we all consider safe and legal, and we're simply telling them it's illegal because you don't have a license. And they're saying, well, then make sure I'm part of that licensing process. However you have to do it, figure it out. And so, to your point, how do you define social equity? And each state defines it differently, but that is a very important piece of this, is how do you define it? Because there's plenty of people in Illinois that found a way to meet the definition of social equity. They're not the people you think are social equity applicants. So that's a very important piece of it. I think you hit it right on that. How do we define it? And who needs to be in the room when we have that conversation for when we come up with that definition?
By the way, Nick, anything on the horizon? Any changes with respect to the Colorado regulatory scheme?
So Colorado we didn't have social equity, and we recently created a social equity program, and there was a license that Colorado didn't have yet, and that was the delivery license, and so they carved out that license specifically for social equity to candidates, made it available along with cultivation, delivery, and other licenses, and then Denver, for example, has really pulled back on issuing other licenses, right? And so really right now, the new licenses in Colorado are the social equity applicants in many ways. And that fit, right? When we were talking about social equity, the conversation was, wait a minute, I've been working really hard to build this business, and now I gotta give some of that to somebody else? I don't understand that. And we found a way, right, where that didn't have to happen. And we'll see if it works. It's brand new. It's just Jerry, we've had licenses for maybe 3-4 months now. So we're just at the start of it. The problem is that delivery's tough. That's a really tough one. And there's a lot of big tax issues and problems around that delivery model. Once again, here's this license. Have a good day, right? So hopefully there's more to it.
Yeah, which brings.
And welcome back.
I've been working really hard to build this business, and now I got to give some of that to somebody else? I don't understand that.
I feel like I'm a ventriloquist. Somehow or other, there's another voice going here. All right, David's on the phone. That's okay. Oh, he's calling me. That does me no good. Tell him. Anyway, welcome back to Green Rush Live as we continue to get it going here on a Friday afternoon in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media, and we're working in a brand new studio with new people. Great guy, do not get me wrong. It's always a challenge whenever you're working with new equipment and new people to know exactly what your capabilities are for the particular show. I can tell you this, we're going to give it our best shot for as long as we possibly can. We did have David Rabinovitz on with us. I think he's back with us. I don't know until he starts talking, and then I can see him. But what you watched was a panel from Spoon Martyr. This, again, they're celebrating their 40th year in business. It's a major law firm out of Colorado with a very active cannabis practice. And holding the microphone on the right side of the screen, you saw Nick Richards. He's one of their principals. On the far left side is Jerry Greenspoon, and we have actually an interview, not this second, guys. I'm not going to set this up just yet, but I know that we have it with Ann Brum from a joint venture who was at that breakout panel and interviewed Jerry Greenspoon as well at that little discussion between the attorneys there. A reminder, like, share, and subscribe to Pro Cannabis Media's content on all the social media platforms that are out there. You're also watching us on the Go Live Vegas app that you can get on your Apple App Store and Google Play Store. And I want to, again, thank Aaron Elikis for that from the Go Live Vegas studio. It's very cool. David, are you with us still? Are you back with me?
I think so, Jimmy. You
Yes.
have to tell me.
Yes, I hear you fine. I see you, and it's good.
So you're frozen on my screen.
Yeah.
I can see you on YouTube, and this
Okay.
is going to be the most confusing show we've ever done.
Yeah,
that's
but
okay.
that's all right, because next week, David, this is where I get to throw it to you to talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing next week when we get back into our home state of Massachusetts and have the ability, like we do on a regular basis, of reaching out through our little Zoom room, through the various technology that we use to get the amazing amounts of guests that we have. And you've got a subject next week that everybody wants to talk about in the cannabis business sector. I mean, the interview that I did, hang on a second. You remember Dimitri Downing from Arizona?
I think so.
You would remember him if you saw him, okay? And he's a intense, passionate guy. And the interview that I did with him, well, parts of it, most of it actually, had a lot to do with interstate commerce. And we will be sharing that not only during the week on our Pro Cannabis Media social media platforms out there, but also at the top of your show. Because as I've told you in the past, I want to make sure that people understand I want this to be your show. And I know that I think Kurt Dalton has agreed to join us, and you've got an incredible lineup that you guys have put together. And all I'm going to do is set up the show at the beginning, and I'm going to go into the chat room, and I'm going to let David and Kurt kind of co-anchor the show and let this thing unfold. But talk to me. Let's tell the audience again, especially new people who may be the first time watching Pro Cannabis Media Live, who's going to be on that show and what the plans are for it. Go ahead.
I'm about to, Jimmy. Let me ask you a question. Just let's do a little bit of housekeeping, because obviously, to a degree, we're out of our normal element.
You think?
Yeah. But Jimmy, okay, on the screen is a local Las Vegas phone number and a toll-free number. Here's
Correct.
the question that's being asked in the chat.
Yes.
Can people dial in?
Yes.
Okay, folks, you just heard it. Miguel, Yogi, you guys want to be heard on the air, just dial that number and get in. So while everybody's reaching for their phone, next week's show is going to be the most exciting show that we have produced to date. And here's why. There's a lot of discussion about legalization versus decriminalization, and we've talked about that at length. And we've talked about what are the big players in our industry, companies like TrueLeaf and Curaleaf, and many of the other MSOs, and how they pale in comparison to the really big companies that will eventually get into this space. But right now, what we have are a number of enclosed markets, because marijuana doesn't legally travel across state lines. Robert Mikos is a professor at Vanderbilt Law, and he maintains that the states cannot stop interstate commerce. He believes it's legal today, And next Friday, we're going to take the deepest dive into a subject that we have ever taken. We're starting off with Professor Mikos, who'll be with us. We've got Steve Hoffman, the chairman of the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission. Bo Whitney, he is an economist and runs Whitney Economics. He had been with New Frontier Data. If you do a lot of reading in cannabis, you will have seen his name at some point. Frank Siegel, who's the cannabis practice chair of Burns and Levinson. That's our starting panel. Then we've got David Holland, who is the legal director for Empire State Normal in New York, and he's the president of the New York City Cannabis Industry Association. Adam Smith, who's the founder and president of Alliance for Sensible Markets. Bruce Barcott, we've had him on the show several times. Bruce is the senior editor at Leafly. Ed D'Souza, a local entrepreneur.
Ah, he lost his video too. And we apologize for the technical issues that we're going to have today. It's just the nature of trying something for the first time, what we're doing here. And David was running down the whole lineup for the Interstate Commerce show, and he got down to Adam Smith. I did hear Stephen Hoffman, the commissioner from Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission, will be joining us as well. We're going to continue to get David in here. I'm pretty sure we have Matt Hawkins from Entourage Capital coming on that show as well next week. So that program, that lineup is like a dream team for people who want to hear about whether or not we're going to see and have a capability to actually have interstate commerce before the federal government ever figures out what the hell they're going to do with this industry that is, I believe it's a $225 billion cash industry projected right now by the industry. So at some point, the federal government will have to figure out a way to actually do their jobs and govern and come up with policies that make sense for this industry. We all know that the Senators Schumer, Wyden, and Cory Booker from New Jersey all put forth an ambitious plan to at least start the conversation amongst the elected officials on the potential for creating a legalization market in the United States of America. You live to see the day that they were actually talking about it in Washington. However, we haven't seen much work or movement or anything since that middle of July day when they announced that initiative, if you will, to open up for public comment. Since we're still going to try to reestablish our connection with David, I think I can set up another video to that goes back to it? Sure. And the video that we're going to try and set up now is with Ann Brum, who's the host of a joint venture, which is one of the shows that we carry here on Pro Cannabis Media and PCM TV. She had a chance to interview Jerry Greenspoon from Spoon Martyr on that panel that you just saw. He was the gentleman on the far left of that panel. Nick Richards was holding the mic on the far right of that panel. And we have it, and we can go to it. Let's check it out. Don't go away.
Good afternoon. I am Ann Brum, filling in for Jimmy Young on Pro Cannabis Media. We are here at MJ BizCon 2021 at the Spoon Martyr event. Today we have our guests. I'd love for them to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about their work here in the cannabis space as a law firm.
Hi, I'm Jerry Greenspoon. I'm a managing director of Spoon Martyr, and basically came up with the brainstorm of founding the cannabis practice about 8 years ago, realizing the enormity of what we were embarking upon at that time, seizing upon opportunity, and excited to be here now in 2021 at the MJ Biz conference.
Excellent.
I am Irina Dushevsky. I am a partner at Spoon Martyr in their newly opened Chicago office. But I came over from Lock Lord with our team, and we've been focusing on the cannabis sort of regulatory scheme nationwide, mostly east of the Mississippi, but now we have west of the Mississippi covered.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that. And I'm really excited about what's happening on the East Coast, and would love a little insight on your plans to support and expand in there.
So that's a great question. It's very interesting because when we began the practice, we immediately headed to the West Coast because that's where everything was happening and that's where all the experience really existed. But then just recently, over the past few years, the Midwest and the East Coast markets opened up, and presents an enormous opportunity. The regulatory schemes that are either in place or coming into place, the opportunities, the population, of course, that exists in the Midwest and the East Coast is so exciting to us, and this is where we now see the real opportunity and growth for many years.
And with Irina, we were talking a little bit before about your work recently in New York. Can you give us a little prelude as to what you're anticipating there and for the practice in supporting that regulatory framework to come online and live?
Sure. So, after Illinois dropped and the market opened up, and we kind of learned our lessons, saw what it was like to do legalization and create a market through legislation, which I think Illinois did provide a good blueprint, despite being mired with delays and litigation. We focused because it seemed New York was doing the same thing. They passed this piece of legislation. It's pretty sparse. A lot of it's going to get filled in through regulation. I've been heavily focused on New York. I've been going there a lot over the past year, meeting with regulators, meeting with stakeholders. A couple of big takeaways that I have is I think that they want to create a lower barrier to entry. Social equity is on their mind. It's extremely important. There's a massive legacy market, and it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. When New York goes adult use, it will be the largest, most important market, I think, in the world, just based on population and the money that'll be there. And so I think you've got a plat for that, and I think they're trying to avoid some of the pitfalls that other states have had. And it'll be really like Illinois. Sure. Very different states. In Massachusetts, it's a real slog. It's been heavily criticized. They should be far more competitive as a state that's been online way before the rest of the East Coast, and yet they're not. Because of the way that it's governed from the local level, it's made it very, very difficult for businesses to get open and get running, even though it's not a competitive licensing scheme. I think New York will be different, and what they did differently from Illinois to ensure that more participants are in this massive market. And that makes sense for New York. It's kind of like the place where small business survives and thrives. They don't want you to be vertical. So they're precluding certain license types from being held by one company to ensure more participants in that market, which is a little different than what Illinois did.
Girl, Well, thank you so much. Please check them out here at Grin Spoon Martyr, and thank you both very much for taking the time. You are watching Pro Cannabis Media. Have a good day, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back to the Go Live Vegas studios in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. And again, a thank you to Aaron Ellicus, who is directing this and trying to keep it all together. We're also really happy to hear about new people who might be checking out this show. Pro Cannabis Media is a live streaming website, Roku channel, Apple channel that does news, talk, information, and educational content about the cannabis industry. Okay, this is what I built for the last 18 months during the pandemic. David Rabinovitz and I have hosted a show on Green Rush Live. I'm still hearing Ann in my ears. I do want to thank Ann Brum from a joint venture for doing that interview with.
Thank you so much. Please check them out here at Grin Spoon Martyr.
David, you have to turn down your audio. So whenever your audio is up, David, it bleeds into the broadcast, but we can't really do much about that at this point. Now that's over. But Ann Brum did that interview with Nick Richards and Irina Dushevsky, and yes, there's definitely a little video delay and so. David, you need to turn down the audio on your end. I don't think he's hearing me. David, can you hear me? David, Earth to David Rabinovitz. David, hello, David. Is that a still frame or is that actually live video, right? Okay, I had to do that to him. And he was doing a great job of outlining our big show for next week as well. This is kind of funny. So he doesn't even know that I'm talking about him right now, right? That's kind of funny too. We can connect with him maybe and talk to him. I do want to again thank Ann Brum from a joint venture co. to do that interview with Irina Dashevsky and Jerry Greenspoon from Spoon Martyr. And also want to put a shout out there to Adaptive HR from Massachusetts. They have.
David, you have turned on your audio, so whenever
Oh, great.
your
Now I
audio
hear.
is up, David,
Is there-
we lead into the broadcast, but
Now I'm hearing
That's not my audio, Jimmy.
Well, look, I'm working with people in studio, David. This is what they're telling me. I'm hearing myself in reverb in my ears. It's a little confusing, but we're getting through this. I mean, what can I tell you? We've got a few more pieces of video we're going to play, and
3,
we're going
4, 5, 6, 7.
I have a caller coming in from Seattle, Washington. Okay, so what do I do?
David?
Hello, no, it's Jimmy. Who's on the phone with us?
Oh, shoot.
There you go. You're live. I can't figure out who this is, but we've taken a live phone call for the first time. Who's this? Is this Yogi?
This is Miguel.
Miguel is on. Terrific. Miguel, how you doing, man?
I just want to add to your chaos.
Add to my chaos. Thank you. I really appreciate that, especially after the week I've had. You know, it's a young person's field. Where are you calling from, Miguel? Where are you calling from, Miguel?
I'm calling from Seattle.
I love Seattle. Man, I cannot wait to get out there. All I do is hear great things about Seattle. You've been a regular watching our show over the last few months, am I right?
Yeah.
So do you like what we do here on Pro Cannabis Media?
Oh, no, big fan. You know, I'm part of Cannabis Legalization News, that channel.
Oh, cool. Oh, I get that. Is that with Thomas Howard, that guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the better looking one.
Oh, I'm going to tell Thomas that, okay? But that's okay. We don't judge. We do not judge. Hey, so when you're in Washington, the state laws there have been established for a long time. You guys have had a mature market. Do you feel like there's some normalization in Washington? Are they accepting the fact now that cannabis is going to be part of the future economy out there?
I think the citizenry, you know, the people, the common, whatever, so I've been a part of the scene also, like during the medical days, like I've been paying attention and whatnot. And it's so funny because, you know, during the medical time, you have the people who are truly sick or those who just, you know, just see it as being wrong to go to jail for a plant. And so you get a pretty special group of people when it's just, you know, medical, and you have to actually fight to be a part of it. And then when recreational kicked in, it was neat to see a lot of new people who were older, you know, buying weed for the first time in years. But it also was frustrating to think like, well, where the fuck were you the past 15, 20 years? You know, like, I mean, and then I get it though. You know, that's kind of like, as Americans, we're just different levels of participants.
Right.
You
No.
know?
And I had an amazing, very emotional interview with a friend of PCM and a survivor, a former pediatric nurse who suffered a traumatic brain injury about 5 years ago and never thought about cannabis being used as a way to alleviate her pain and her anxiety and all the things, as we know. And she told her whole story, poured it out, and we'll be sharing that this week. But one of the things that you point out is, again, it's a different product for everybody. And I think that goes, once you understand how it works, it really does make sense. If it's working with our endocannabinoid systems, and every one of us has it as a mammal, right? Whether you use weed or not, you've still got the endocannabinoid system in your body. And by not feeding it some of this, these plants, these cannabinoids, the various chemicals that make up with this, you're not actually giving your own body a chance to excel. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's a cure-all. Even Nikki mentioned it. It's not a cure-all for everything, but it can help you. It's a tool in the human brain toolbox that can be used to enhance your life. Now, I do see that David's back with us. David, can you hear me now? No, he can't. Miguel, should we make fun of David? No, we don't. We want to make David. David he's been great. Can you tell me a little bit more about the Cannabis Legalization News show that you're on and how long you guys have been doing it?
Yeah, Tom and I, we've been doing, so Tom started his channel, and then he just asked me to jump in with him to, we just started doing the Google Hangouts and recording it that way. And then as we kept meeting more regular in a schedule, that's when he started refining like the SEO and putting behind, because I've been blogging about legalization for over 10 years.
Yep.
And activist side about over 20 for most of my life, And
you guys make me feel guilty. I'm late to the party, but I support your efforts, okay? I'm talking about the advocacy part.
No, I feel you totally. I know the thing is, like, I grew up with a plant. Like, my mom had a plant in the backyard. She used to get weed from my great grandmother on my Mexican side. Like, she would put it in rubbing alcohol for her ailments. So I grew up with this benign plant, knowing that, like, why are we putting people? It's the biggest disservice we do to wellness, right? I mean, we know it does fight cancer. It's anti-inflammatory. It does a lot of different things, but we're all different people. So. Right. How it gets tailored to that person, that's what it's hard for people to understand. It's like, for a wellness thing, we're sick. I think our society is sick because it's not an option, right? We can take all the vitamin C and other vitamins you want when you're deprived of your body, but your body has an endocannabinoid system, like you're saying. It's just part of you.
Right. That's right. And God put this plant on this earth for medicinal purposes and has been used for thousands of years in that capacity. It took a campaign of misinformation driven by racism in this country 80 years ago in the 1920s, and that led to the Prohibition and the Marijuana Tax Act. And Lord knows if Professor Rabinovich could ever get the technology going again and figure it out and get back in here. He does a business and political history of cannabis in the United States, and he presents at the New England Cannabis Convention and other conventions and various webinars and what have you. It's fascinating stuff. I've learned quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Because of his digging, and you know it too. I mean, I get it, Miguel. I mean, this is at this point, all that stuff is now being shared with. And fortunately, it's the cannabis-friendly public. And this is one of the things that I rail about at MJ BizCon here, because they continue to drive people into the event and put a premium on the information that's shared inside the event. They don't want to share it with the other outside of the world. Now, granted, you could pay to have a live stream and watch the conference, and that's great, and I certainly encourage that. But there's no public service announcements at all available because it's still a federally illegal product. So you can't explain this to the curious public that isn't the cannabis enlightened public. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. No, well, the problem is you have to steer people to different, like, NIH studies and all the boring stuff. Nobody wants to sit through that stuff. Nobody wants to, why is it during the pandemic everybody become an epidemiologist? Like people are lazy when it comes. They're very easily swayed with they just want a Facebook post to have all their answers. And besides the wellness part of cannabis, it's also like, why is it easier to put people behind bars than it is to release them? And that's because of our process. Right. The legislation process is so convoluted.
Right. And we heard Judge Clarence Thomas, one of the more conservative Supreme Court judges for a long time. The federal laws are contradictory to what's going on in this country right now. It was a great comment that he made. During the pandemic, essential businesses, cannabis medicine was an essential business, whether it was available at the adult use level or not. Massachusetts, their governor did not allow that because he thinks he's God in some way. But anyway, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. That's how I feel.
On the constitutional side too, all these people who become I always joke that every pothead's a lawyer or a doctor because we all know the law because we're all trying to avoid going to jail. But the constitutional side, as far as like liberty and happiness, I'm about that tonight at 420. I have a broadcast going live with Chef Anna, and this guy left. I think it was somewhere in the South. He left to go to Detroit, Michigan, and to start a grow with only, I think, $5,000. Now he's got a little empire going on, and he's able to give away free weed and post it on Instagram. Like, the guy's got a great lifestyle, all because of a plant.
Free weed is a
that's
gift.
What everybody should be entitled to.
Right.
Go ahead.
The whole premise of free weed is a gift from God. When you get right down to it, it just is. Try it. It's not going to kill you, and you're not. You just try it and see if you like the darn thing. Hey, Look, Miguel, you've been great, and I know that you've been active in our chat room, and David is the guy who's in the chat room on a regular basis. So I know that he's thrilled because he's the one who wanted to make sure. Oh, you got me on another camera. Wow, I don't even know where to look. I train people to look.
That's awesome.
There's so many cameras in this studio. Do you have a wide shot, Aaron, of this studio? Look at this. Is this cool?
Can you ask them what program are you guys using for the call-ins?
What's the call-in program? Well, you struck a nerve. He says it's all proprietary. And by the way, this is a really beautiful studio at multiple six figures. Okay, let's just say. So it's But you know what? You bring up a great point, Miguel. It's one of the things we've been trying to figure out. I want to do a video call-in talk show because for many years I was a sports talk show host in Boston and in New England, and I loved taking calls and interacting with callers. And Miguel, you're the first cannabis caller we've ever had on this show. So like you made some history, man.
The first one in the world.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, I'll tell you what. We're up against the top of the hour. We're going to take a break at the top of the hour, Miguel. I'm going to give out the phone numbers on the screen. So if anybody else wants to give it a shot and come in, and Lord knows, we're not on delay in case you haven't figured that one out. We're just happy we're live streaming, and we have a decent audience this afternoon. You know, this is probably a great exposure to a lot of people who haven't seen what we've done on a daily basis at Pro Cannabis Media. We live stream 24/7 on our website, our Roku channel, our Apple channel. Whenever we do a show like this, we get onto our Twitch and our Facebook and our YouTube channels, and we've really, I really appreciate the following that we've built. That's how I'm going to leave it at this point.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my underground lair.
There's like noises coming out of the studio. I was like, who the hell is that? Where did that come from? Oh, boy, we're going to have some fun. We're going to take a break. I want to throw to something specifically. How about Shanty? Because Lord knows I need a break, and I'm not going to take it until after this show is over, Miguel. Everybody who knows I have an on-the-clock, off-the-clock mentality. I'm still on the clock for another hour. We're going to be here for another hour. I'm trying to suck it up, as they say, and take one for the team here. Miguel, you've made a little history with us, and I will never forget that, and I thank you for calling.
Take care, Jimmy.
You bet. There goes Miguel. We're going to go to Shanty break, and we'll probably pick up another video on the other side before we come in. Don't go away. Green Rush Live continues from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah, this is a tune that I wrote back in 19... I'd forgotten. We had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. Nothing to do and there's always room for more. tell that light to shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works, it's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard, it's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm going to sit down in my rented car. I'm going to jam it into drive. I'm going to head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on every night and day. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Nice. It's Friday. Thank God. Thank God Jonathan Edwards is joining us live in the WSCA studios.
I'm Christopher Smith, publisher of the American Cannabis Report, bringing you the roundup from the great cannabis state of California for Wild Talk News. All of our news this week is from our NorCal Cannabis desk. The first story brings together three elements with a complicated history in America: Native Americans, gambling, and cannabis. The Dry Creek Rancheria Band of the Pomo Indians owns 277 acres of land in Petaluma in wine country. The local government had been negotiating against building a new casino, and the tribe said, okay, no casino, we want cannabis. And the county seems to agree. We've been working with the tribe, and we understand and support their need to diversify their portfolio, said Senior County Supervisor David Rabbit. Sounded very grown up. Everybody seems to be playing nice so far, so let's move down the 101 to San Francisco, where the Board of Supervisors this week unanimously approved a measure by Mayor London Breed to make changes to the city's 3-year-old cannabis social equity program. The new legislation enhances opportunities for small businesses as well as social equity licenses and prioritizes applicants that are both. It also allows businesses more flexibility to grow. San Francisco seems to be saying, we don't need none of your stinking superstores in our town. And across the Golden Gate Bridge to the Marin County District Attorney's Office, where on Tuesday, they dropped or reduced 604 cannabis crimes committed prior to 2017, as allowed under the state's cannabis legalization law, Prop 64. The DA's office worked with Code for America starting in April 2019, and after meticulous review of almost 2 years, ultimately was determined that 604 people involved in 514 cases were eligible for the reduction or dismissal. And now let's skate northeast on the I-80 to Sacramento, where Governor Gavin Newsom signed AB 45, which allows for the inclusion of hemp and cannabinoids, extracts, or derivatives of hemp in food and beverages, dietary supplements, cosmetics, and processed pet food, provided that they, among other things, contain less than 0.3% THC, the definition of hemp, of course. Packaging is required to say the FDA has not evaluated this product for safety or efficacy, to which most people say, I don't care, give me my CBD. Even your dog knows the good stuff from God's favorite plant. And I'm Christopher Smith from the American Cannabis Report, sending peace and love from Cannabis Heaven, California, for Weed Talk News.
All right, we're back. Here we go. Go Live Vegas. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media in the studio today, doing a call-in show that I haven't done in 25 years. What can I tell you? Yes, that phone number, 855-502-4321. David Rabinovich, if you're still watching, you can call in and I can talk to you on the phone. You may not be able to see that adorable little face of yours, that little putum, but hey, you can at least talk and we can keep promoting next week's show. And again, a special thanks to Aaron Elikis from Go Live Vegas here in Las Vegas, Nevada, which is where we've been for the last week, taking in the culture, the business, the panels, and all the cannabis news that's out there. That was Christopher Smith from the American Cannabis Report with our California report. You'll see Christopher's reports regularly on We Talk News. That'll all return next week at its regular time, streaming live at Friday at noontime. And then right after Green Rush Live at 6 p.m., all on the East Coast, because that's where we're from, okay? I'm from Boston. I make no excuses. This is where I'm from, and I can't change that because when you're a kid, you go wherever mom and dad take you. Oh, look, there's David Rabinovich calling in. Now, do I pick up? Oh,
Jimmy.
David, I hear you. How are you?
I'm good.
Now we won't have any issues because we're just talking to each other over the internet. How cool is that, right?
That is so cool, Jimmy.
Hey, we're trying the best we can here. I got to do a shout out right before you and I get back to our little chat about Christopher Smith for a second. 400 episodes of American Cannabis Report. I believe this week he just did his 400th, and he's one of our regular correspondents on We Talk News. We're a big fan. Christopher was supposed to meet us here in Las Vegas, and you know what? At this point, now we know we're this close to L.A. David, it's so weird to get on I-15, and it's heading towards Los Angeles. Do you know what I mean? It's like, how did I get here? It's just nuts being out this far away from Massachusetts. Anyway, you've seen and heard from Miguel. Was that very cool? One of our regulars, or what?
That was a great thing, Jimmy. Really is.
Well, we appreciate everything that you've done for us too over the last couple of years, and with Green Rush Live now and over in its second year of existence. And you were just about, I think the final panel for next Friday's show is when we lost your video feed. So if you want to take us back to where who's on that final panel. I don't think you mentioned Matt Hawkins. I think he's still coming on from Entourage Capital.
Our final panel's got Ed D'Souza, who's the managing partner of River Run Gardens here in Massachusetts. Mm-hmm. It's going to be great to hear from the perspective of a small grower how it could impact his business if interstate commerce is allowed. We'll have Matt Hawkins from Hawkins, founder and managing partner of Entourage Effect Capital.
Yep.
And the last one, I can't remember his last name. A little embarrassed. I just was introduced to him recently. He is a partner in the same law firm as James Cole out of Washington, D.C., and knows the legal side of marijuana inside and out. And I think he's going to help out with some great insight as to this dormant commerce clause issue.
And, of course, you just mentioned James Cole, and I did give you a plug as I was filling there and telling a little bit about how when you do your presentation on the business and political history of cannabis in the U.S., you always talk about the memos, and the Cole memo is really one in particular that changed a lot of things as far as the federal government goes and their treatment of the cannabis industry. How'd you like to give us a little tidbit of David Rabinovich's preview on the business and political history of cannabis in the U.S. according to the Cole memo? Tell us about the Cole memo, David.
Okay, sure thing, Jimmy. So the Cole memo. Let's actually step back a little bit further. So in 2009, I believe it was, the David Ogden, deputy U.S. attorney, published a memo, and he was addressing the legalization of marijuana in, I believe, Washington State, some of the activities going on up there, as well as what was going on in Colorado, and trying to give guidance to the local U.S. attorneys as to what they should do, what they shouldn't do, and where the guardrails are.
Mm-hmm.
Much much different from the Department of Justice. They saw it coming and they knew they had to respond to it, versus the FDA that stuck their head in the sand like an ostrich and still can't get out of their own way once CBD's been legalized. I mean, one of the things everybody's got to bear in mind is take a look what happened when hemp was legalized. The FDA, because they just ignored it for so long, they can't seem to get anything done. If marijuana is legalized, we could end up in a case where now all of a sudden you can't sell anything that's THC infused because the FDA hasn't cleared it yet. So there's a lot of interesting things that could happen. But anyway, a couple of years later, James Cole issued the first of 3 memos. I believe the first one was 2011. The second one, I believe, was 2013. Very important was the second one. That is the critical memo, because in that memo, the Justice Department laid out the 8 enforcement priorities. And the gist of it is as follows. If you are a state and your regulations cover these 8 enforcement priorities, then the feds are probably going to let you run your markets as long as you're enforcing these priorities, and leave you alone. That doesn't mean they'll leave illegal growers alone or illegal operators alone. I mean, we just saw that up in Massachusetts, we had a huge home delivery operator, got caught a couple of years ago and was sentenced earlier this week to 4 years in jail. So it's not a case that they're just turning a blind eye, but they are leaving licensed operators alone. And then and that was instrumental, because once Cole issued those 8 enforcement priorities, state regulators knew what they needed to have in their regulations to satisfy the federal government. And you'd see when the states would adopt the regulations with those priorities in there, the issues covered, all of a sudden you didn't see so much in the news about the feds raiding parties in that state. California continued to have problems because it took them so many years to get the regulations in place. And the final Cole memo was February 14th, 2014. Interestingly enough, it was the same day that a companion memo came out of the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN. And it was the FinCEN memo was about, it was essentially an 8-page manual on how a depository institution should bank a cannabis business. And they are required to file suspicious activity reports when they receive cannabis deposits. But this memo said, look, if it's a business that you believe is operating in compliance with state law, then file your SAR report and let us know you really don't think there's anything wrong. You're just filing it because you're supposed to. And if you really think something's wrong, note it on the report so we'll know to look at that report, right? So we've got, just under 700 institutions across the country that will bank cannabis businesses in 2021. Yet 7 years ago, the federal government issued a guideline to say, if you're going to bank a cannabis business, here are the things you have to do. It's kind of hard to be expected that the feds are going to come down on you when they gave you the manual about how they want you to handle marijuana businesses. So the Cole memos, if you want to understand the structure of the industry, the Cole memos, the Ogden memos, and a few others are critical to read, because it gives you great insight as to what could happen, right? I'm very focused on the technical side of when interstate commerce comes into play, what it's going to do to the markets.
Absolutely.
Right? We're not going to have $4,400 weed in Massachusetts when you can get on a plane and fly it back from California at less than half that price.
Right. And speaking of banks, a news item, and again, I'm going to give credit to Tori Chamberlain, a new news producer that's working with us. She brought up what happened with the Scottsdale Research Institute this week. And I don't know if you knew this, but the second largest bank in the nation decided they weren't doing business with a cannabis research company. That Scottsdale Research Institute, we should reach out to them, David. They've been leading the way on a lot of these
absolutely.
Cases into the Supreme Court, getting research and what have you. But Bank of America was handling their finances until earlier this week when they sent a letter saying it was terminating their relationship. And after a careful review of the banking relationship, the action will final and won't be reconsidered. So wouldn't you know it, Bank of America, not friendly to cannabis research. That makes absolutely no sense to me at all.
I'll give you another good one, Jimmy.
Go ahead.
MassCAN, the Massachusetts Cannabis Reform Coalition, one of the older cannabis advocacy.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jimmy.
I just asked Mask. Are they still in business, David? Mask.
They're still in business.
Okay, go ahead.
So you're talking about one of the oldest cannabis advocacy groups in the United States.
Yep.
PayPal closed their account and PayPal basically won't discuss it with them and won't give them back the money that PayPal is holding for like 4 to 6 months.
It's crazy. I don't know.
It's crazy.
The whole thing's crazy. It is. I think next Friday's show, you're right, David, it's going to be spectacular. I know you're very, very pleased with it. I know you and I will talk more about exactly what's going to go on in that show, in and out of breaks and that sort of thing. You have so much talent lined up. I give you a lot of credit for this as well. And in the next few weeks, we get some great shows. And we're live streaming on places today, and with the Go Live Vegas app on the Apple Store and the Google Play Store, and some people are probably discovering Pro Cannabis Media for the first time. And you know what? Maybe that's what we're going to take away from this week. It's been an amazing week, and we really have a bunch more videos to get to. David, what I'm going to do, I'm going to say thank you for your efforts to be there for us every week. Thank you for calling in, and I'm going to try and fill for a couple of more minutes. I'm going to open up the phone lines. I really liked it when people called in. That was very cool that Miguel called in. I haven't had that interactive experience in probably 25 years since my last radio call-in talk show, so it's a lot of fun. So you don't mind giving way to somebody else who might want to chime in, do you?
Not at all. Go right ahead, Jimmy.
All right, David, thank you, and we'll see you back in the Eastern time zone, and I cannot wait to get there, if you catch my drift. All right, man. Take care.
Have a good flight. Talk to you later.
You bet. That's David Rabinovitz, and he is a regular co-host with us on Green Rush Live. A reminder, so you can reach me if you want to call in at 855-502-4321. When you do hear the answer tone, just press 1, and that will get you directly on, right, Aaron? That just pops right in, right? Wow, that's great. So if you want to give me a call, you can at that number. It's right there on your screen. And I'm
when this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're going to see some serious shit.
It's like, wait a second. That's Back to the Future. That's kind of like what we're going through here. This is really weird, but we're making it happen. And I thank everybody who's working on this so hard just to get to the point where we get to be live at a time slot that we're always live on the internet from 4 p.m. Eastern to 6 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 if you count We Talk News as well. And that happens every Friday on our PCM TV networks. All right. So we got a few more items and a few more videos that we can share with you. And I believe we have this was me on the floor, right? This was me interviewing a gorilla. Am I right, Dan? So, when you go to these cannabis trade shows, not only the characters there and the amount of investors that are looking and the growers that are there, but there's so many ancillary businesses. And one in particular creates these incredible styrofoam images of different things that catch your attention. So I'm walking down the aisles and I spotted one. And here's the clip. One of the most amazing things about these cannabis trade shows is you never know who or what you're going to run into when you go to these trade shows. Like, what in the world does this giant ape figure that's carrying a Thor hammer have to do with cannabis? Oh, I get it. This is a prop, right? This is a prop. Most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. But I mean, it's fun. Everybody comes around, they pick it up, they want to get pictures. So I'm doing the same thing. Now I want to bring in Jeremy Hoxie here from Britain Woodworks. Jeremy, first of all, what's this stuff made out of?
This is made out of foam. So it's all routed and milled out of foam and then coated with a hard coating called frog skin that we use to protect it.
Okay. And exactly, besides these giant joints, what does this have? What did your stuff have to do with cannabis?
Gotcha. So foam in general, our company as a whole, we have foam, woodworking, metalworking, and we build stuff. So when it comes to cannabis in dispensaries, we design it, we build it, bring it to life from rendering to completion, entire store build-outs, entire marketing activations, we do it all.
Now, you're from Michigan. This company's from Michigan, right?
Correct.
Yeah, we know a few people in Michigan. Going to do a shout-out to Rick Thompson, one of our favorite people in Michigan.
You don't know Rick, do you?
I do not, but I would love to.
You're going to know him at some point. He's going to reach out to you, I promise, all right? Now, this is a great prop. How many people have come here and grabbed this and taken a photo? I mean, this attracts people to your booth, right?
A lot, yep. Yeah, the whole concept is bring people in, something a little different, a little less boring than a traditional trade booth. Get them in, let them have fun, let them take pictures, and we're starting to run out, so hopefully they last through the rest of the show.
Well, it's not like people are smoking them. It's not real, right?
It's not real.
Okay, that's unfortunately right. Well, later on tonight, we'll take care of that. All right, so that's that. And does this gorilla, have a name?
We call him the Hulk. It's a little boring, but it's effective.
Okay, I got a name for you.
I would love name suggestions.
So back in the day when I actually was a college guy, Tufts University class of '79, our fraternity, Theta Chi, we had a mascot, and it was an ape. Okay, because we were all into the old Planet of the Apes movies, where apes were superior to humans, especially if they did right by other apes, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is going to be Massive B Ape.
Massive B Ape?
Massive B Ape.
Okay.
Can you handle that?
I can handle that.
It's original as opposed to the Hulk. You know what I'm saying?
It's true.
And I'm bequeathing you.
Hulk or Harambe. It's between the Hulk and Harambe.
All right. But that is Massive B Ape, and it's now yours to use in whatever way you'd like.
Perfect.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Absolutely. Nice.
Get my mask. I'm live, so I said I'd love to get my mask. It's loose, man. Relax. It's all good. We're back. All right? I don't know if you guys saw on that video clip, I had a mask that was really my face. And I got it from collage.com. And I got to tell you, it was one of the hits of this week. I must have made hundreds of people laugh just because they thought it was really funny. And you know, what does that mean? I have a funny face. It's okay. It's my face. That's what I kept showing people. It's like there's no difference. Some guy thought I had actually bought the face from a generic template. Now I have a mask. Wow. That's like the magic of video. That is so cool. That's very cool. By the way, I didn't even ask, but I'm guessing you guys all did the disinfectant of the microphones. And of course you did, right? You know, we used to do a studio out of Quincy, Mike Zotto's studio out of Quincy. We'll give him a plug. And I remember when COVID hit, the first thing he did was we're going to clean everything and sanitize everything. And just a crazy time right now. Welcome back to Green Rush Live. We're here every Friday, live on Pro Cannabis Media's social media platform, all over the internet, on your Apple and your Roku and your YouTube and your Facebook and your Twitch, and our own website, procannabismedia.com. Please like, share, and subscribe to our content as we continue to document the end of cannabis prohibition in the United States of America. It's what I started for. It's why I started this company, to give the industry an opportunity to tell their stories. Still a little frustrating. There's a lot of infighting sometimes in this industry that bothers me, because there should be more of a spirit of collaboration and cooperation. And it actually was a theme that Chris Walsh, who is the CEO of MJ Biz Daily, talked about in his annual kind of state of the industry address and his subsequent news conference that he had with us. And we'll be sharing that over the next few days on our social media platforms as we continue to take all the content that we've created here and share it with you. We really wish we had more of the content that we've done to share, but I got to tell you, it has been a very frustrating and long week here, just because of technology and the amount of people coming out of the woodwork and everybody using Wi-Fi at the same time and making it happen. A reminder, 855-502-4321 is the call-in number. And if you do call in, press 1 and you can join me in a little chat about cannabis. And if you'd like to tell your cannabis story, you could come out of the cannabis closet and tell us your story. What role has the plant played in your life? Has it changed your life? Has it saved your life? I can't tell you how many times we've heard those stories. And we heard another one today from our friend Nikki Lawley, who was so awesome. She opened up her beautiful view of the Bellagio fountains and the Las Vegas Strip, if you will, to us to do an interview. And again, we'll be sharing that. That'll be one of the interviews. I also sat down with a one-on-one with Nick Richards from Spoon Martyr. We also want to thank Adaptive HR for helping us out this week, and we're putting together a little let's just call it a news story for Adaptive HR's trek to Las Vegas, and they were here. We also had a great dinner with one of our supporters for a while here. Her name's Ashley Elsner from Artery Pay. We got to go out with Ashley for dinner last night with the rest of the PCM crew, and that was really worthwhile and really a lot of fun to see a lot of faces that I've only seen in Zoom calls, now in 3D. So in that regard, it was quite good. We do have one more clip, Ronnie, his report, right, Dan? So as you know, We Talk News. Let's talk a little bit about what we do on We Talk News here for a second. Let me set this up. Every week, we've got correspondents from all over the country sharing their thoughts and news items from their states, from Vermont, Jesse Lynn Dolan. Phil Adams from the Vote Pro podcast does the DC report for us. We also get Rick Thompson to call in from Michigan. Michigan's a huge market, by the way. And we're now adding in Missouri with Brandon Jones. I got his name right, didn't I? Finally, got his name right. Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate it. Dion Osborne's going to be joining us from Oklahoma. And we also get a report. Well, actually, she's back. Deborah Borchardt, one of the most respected reporters in our industry, has done the Green Market Report now for a number of years. She was just recently acquired by another media company and is now working for them. And she now has been cleared to rejoin us on our We Talk News program with her Green Market Report every week. And that'll be coming up again next week on our PCM TV distribution network that we have. But another guy that does our Massachusetts report is a recent graduate of Emerson College, and Ron Marshallsea does a great job for us once the anchor can actually pronounce his name properly. And here's his Massachusetts report. We'll come back on the other side. Don't go away.
I'm Ron Marshallsea with the Massachusetts Cannabis Report for We Talk News. Farmers say due to high costs of entry, they have been boxed out of the lucrative cannabis industry. At a cannabis farmers market event held at Worcester dispensary Resonate over the weekend, some farmers were confronted by police but not arrested as they protested the event. Farmers who protested said the title of farmers market was misleading since Resonate and other companies involved are not farmers and have big money backing. Westport farmer Avril Andrade was quoted as saying, "Farmers aren't even getting in the parking lot, let alone sitting at the table. A 20,000 square foot, half-acre canopy of cannabis can change farmers' lives. It can generate 2 to 3 times the money we earn from solar and other uses." The expensive upfront cost barrier remains too high for host community agreements for break-even farmers like Andre. Massachusetts Treasurer Deborah Goldberg on Tuesday announced 5 appointments to the Cannabis Advisory Board. By law, Goldberg, the governor, and the attorney general are required to appoint 5 members to the board. The new appointees and reappointments are Alan Balsam, Marion McNabb, Michael Dundas, as well as former NETA president Amanda Rosatano and CEO of Major Bloom, Lori Luchin. Treasurer Goldberg says she is confident they will have a meaningful impact on the regulation of the cannabis industry across our state. That's this week's Massachusetts Cannabis Report. For We Talk News, I'm Ron Marshallsea.
I like the bumping music. I like the bumping music, all right? All right, again, a shout out to our new friends at the Go Live Vegas studios here, and that would be Aaron Ellikis. And of course, I got to give a plug to my buddy Neil Portnoy, who bailed us out of a critical situation because we weren't able to do a live show. There's no way we're going to do a live show today unless we found our way to this studio. So this studio will always play a role now for us moving forward in our work. And I can probably say that if we all live so long to make it to another year of MJ BizCon, I think we'll be doing shows out of this studio that time next year. I think it's in November of 2022. This is Green Rush Live. It's our regular Business of Cannabis talk show on the Pro Cannabis Media Network. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media. And I think I've mentioned I used to be a sports guy in Boston and in Portland, Maine for most of my career. And it's just an amazing thing for me to be able to sit here and talk about cannabis in the open and be accepted and have done over, I think, 350 interviews in the last 2 years. We've had hundreds of thousands of views of our work on YouTube, and it's taken a small village to get this thing going, to be honest with you. And we're very, very, very happy about the future. We're going to be introducing some new programs on our network that I think are going to be very exciting. They're all going to be call-in type programs, if you will, maybe not call-in radio type, but we're talking about here. But you will have the opportunity to have access to some of the amazing guests that we get as we continue to roll out our model and get bigger and bigger. And obviously waving the flag for the cannabis movement in this country. No idea where that's going to go. You know, you heard, I think it was David mention this, or maybe Miguel, one of the callers earlier, about the Farm Bill. The Farm Bill passed, pretty sure it was 2018 December. I'm pretty sure that's when it was passed. You know, the senator from Kentucky that we don't like to name up in the Northeast. Sorry, Senator McConnell. There are people out there that call you names and might even think of you that look like a little turtle. Dr. Seuss character. You know, I'm just saying, you know, I'm just reporting the facts. I don't necessarily have a problem with looking like a turtle, but, you know, he does. In the meantime, he was still instrumental in getting the Farm Bill passed. But what he didn't do was his homework. Okay, now you're going to give him applause. Wow. Sound effects. Oh, that was for me for like my political rant about Yertle the Turtle, Senator McConnell. So the point of where I was going with the Farm Bill was, you know, it's great that he took care of his former tobacco farmers in Kentucky and gave them another crop to grow. But what he really didn't do was any kind of background on what do we do with the hemp that doesn't have illegal amounts of THC in it. And exactly what might we do with the many cannabinoids that are in that hemp plant that we might be able to use in other products that don't get you high. And I'm talking about CBD, cannabidiol. Whew, I said it. I am getting tired, but I still managed to spit that one out. I want applause for Canada. I can't say it the second time. All right, anyway, I give up. The CBD that's out there, and that's just one of the components. Everybody knows that thank you. But better late than... Actually, that's the result. That's actually the reaction I got with the damn mask that I was wearing on the floor of MJ BizCon all week, too. So the point about CBD is that's just one of the cannabidiol components of the cannabis plant. CBN is another one. CBN is another cannabinoid, okay, that helps with sleep. So the CBD has an anti-inflammatory component. But once you take that chemical out of the cannabis plant, how do you get that infused in beverages, in gummies, in other flour? There's a whole industry about CBD. And one guy who's been in this space who works with some really intelligent scientists is a guy named Dean Harris. Dean Harris is a very well-known guy in the media world, marketing world. I'm not going to name some of the other companies that he was involved with, but let's just say you know them because they're major brands in the United States. Now he's involved with this CBD company called Tab Brands. And I had never met Dean Harris before. I ran into him at MJ BizCon this past week. Yes, we developed a friendship over a Zoom call, like so many that we do on Pro Cannabis Media. And this was really the first time I've seen and met him face to face. And we shared a few minutes of conversation out in the back of the hall. And here's that interview. Check it out.
Green Rush Live continues here at MJ BizCon, and we've stepped outside so we can take off our masks to actually talk to each other since we're both vaccinated individuals from the Northeast. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media, and I'm joined by Dean Harris from Tab Brands. This guy understands all the science behind those magical cannabinoids that are in the cannabis plant. Dean, great to see you again.
Thank you.
First of all,
good to see you.
In 3D, because we've really only known each other on Zoom.
Right, we've never met live and in person, so it is a true pleasure. And we liked each other when we met each other virtually, but we really like each other now.
Now we're going home together. No, I'm only kidding. Dean, tell us about Tab Brands and where you are right now.
Sure. So Tab Brands has got a really interesting technology. It's patent pending, and we can take any plant-derived active ingredient and make it water soluble without using these techniques called nanoparticle technology or microemulsion. So the reason that's good is because the finished products are easy to use, convenient. They can be used as part of everyday life. They taste good, which is not always the case in cannabis and CBD.
Mm-hmm.
They come in an assured dose, which also is rarely the case in cannabis and CBD. They're more bioavailable because they're water soluble, and water soluble products are 4.5 times more bioavailable than lipid soluble, according to an NIH study. And then beyond that, they're safe. So we think that those combination of 5 benefits makes any plant-derived active ingredient useful. And since we spoke last, we've expanded from cannabinoids to other plant-based ingredients. So we have an entire line of medicinal mushroom products. We have something that are called botanical terpenes, which are derived from plants that are not cannabis or CBD or hemp, and they deliver health and wellness benefits independently. When combined with cannabis, they actually provide the entourage effect. And then recently, although this is not legal yet anywhere in the world, we actually just figured out how to make psilocybin into a water-soluble product and microdose it. And I don't know if you've done any work or study of that, but psilocybin and microdosing is going to be a huge market for things like mental wellness, depression. You know, when something makes the front cover of Newsweek, you sort of figure that's made it into the mainstream.
Well, we hope so. And then, you know, I have a mixed feeling about psilocybin products when I'm in the cannabis industry, because I really do believe that we want to get one plant medicine, but normal and accepted.
No, I understand that, but my perspective, I think, is a little different. I think plant medicine has been used in cultures all over the world for tens of thousands of years.
Right.
So the extension of the cannabis plant, or the hemp plant, which are certainly useful, to our technology for other equally useful plants, both individually and in combination, is really interesting. And it's really not a matter of trend, it's a matter of using plants derived from nature, often as an alternative to prescribed medication, which invariably is synthetic.
Right.
So that notion of plant-based, all-natural medicine and wellness products is where we are at Tab Brands.
Right. And there's now starting to be more and more movement towards acceptance of psilocybin, more acceptance of cannabis products being infused in beverages, right?
Yes.
And this is kind of where you see the biggest impact, right?
We think that in general, plant-based medicine should be part of somebody's daily life. So it should taste good, it should be convenient, and it should deliver what you're saying it's going to deliver. So, I mean, I think what's interesting about psilocybin, and I don't want to focus on that, but psilocybin, the way psilocybin's delivered now, it can be delivered in a microdose, which means that it affects the brain, but it doesn't provide that full psychedelic effect. And that is, and to me, it's remarkable how much acceptance there is in the medical community already for psilocybin. And it used to be, Timothy Leary and hippies, and now it's almost an accepted medical fact. I mean, when they're studying at Yale Medical School, I mean, I think that's significant, and at Hopkins too, by the way.
Well, Tufts would be good. No, I'm only kidding. I don't want to get into it.
Well, I don't know if it's done at Tufts Medical School, but it could be. But Hopkins and Yale
they're pretty good.
They're not chopped
liver.
They're
pretty good. I just have to wave the flag of the alma mater. I just have to do that.
I didn't go to either Yale or Hopkins.
And I didn't go to med school, so there you go. But what I want to ask you now is, how do people find out about your product, and how do they get that? Because I know that you can't just go to the store and buy infused products.
Right. Well, we do have a direct-to-consumer brand.
Yep.
Just because I'm a direct-to-consumer marketing, so I felt like I sort of had to.
Yes.
And that brand is called Sigh, S-I-G-H. The website is hellosigh.com, so one can buy directly online.
There you go.
But most of what we do is B2B, and most of what we do is providing our material as ingredients or white label for other people. And our goal, I think I told you this the last time, but we've actually achieved it. We want to be global. So in the last month, we just did 2 licensing deals where we've licensed our IP to Europe. We signed a deal with a partner in Croatia to serve the EU market, and then we just signed a deal in Colombia to serve the South American market. So our goal is to try to make these useful products useful every day to the extent that we can.
That's right. Dean Harris, Tab Brands.
Yes.
Great to meet you in person.
I agree.
I think that's one of the most beautiful things about the trade shows that are back now is relationships have actually started on Zoom, and now you have an opportunity to see the person, shake their hand, give them a hug.
It's better.
It's much better, and it also goes to the whole plant situation that this plant brings the world together. It's designed for socialization. It's designed to improve.
It has. It's designed for socialization. It's actually designed to make people feel better, and it's actually designed in certain cases to give people a high.
Right.
And those are the 3 primary uses. And when it exists in native cultures and indigenous cultures all over the world, there's something to it.
Absolutely. There's something to Tab Brands and Dean Harris too. He's been a friend of Pro Cannabis Media for a couple of years now, and it's an awesome honor to actually shake your hand.
Thank you, sir.
And see you again.
Great.
Green Rush Live continues after this break.
All right, we're back. We're back. Yeah, I know. I'm back. I just sit here and look at the camera and listen to the music, and I can't wait for my nap. That's what I'm looking forward to right now. I got to tell you, it's been a long week here in Las Vegas, but a great week. And met some new friends and found some new people that I had never seen in real life before. Dean Harris from Tab Brands, just one of them. We've got some great interviews during the week. A one-on-one with Nick Roberts from Spoon Martyr. You've seen their logo. Congratulations to them on 40 years of being in business. And they are going to be more and more prominent on our network, we hope, moving forward in many, many ways. I hope Nick Richards there, one of their lead attorneys there, is a great guy, really intelligent, very passionate about the cause. You have to be in this space. They'll be joining us in the future. And a special shout out again to Adaptive HR and Scott Newman and Brian Wall over there. We'll have a big story about their trek to Las Vegas over the next couple of days on Pro Cannabis Media as we churn out all the content that we created here. First time in my life, I actually, not only did I talk to a styrofoam gorilla, okay, a foam whatever gorilla guy that tried to name Massive B Ape and resurrect some old college memories I have, but we also had a really cool story with a guy named Brandon Fokin. I'm pretty sure I pronounced his name correctly there. He is a cannabis advocate, but also had this very rare monkey. And I've never had a monkey on my back before. I've had monkeys come off my back before, and this one actually did too. But in this particular case, it was a real one. Little bit of a thing. Very cool interview. And what does it have to do with cannabis? Well, you're going to have to watch it to find out, because it's a really interesting angle. And I think we're going to get more and more involved with the cause, because there's a reason to save some endangered species, and that's related to what we're going to be talking about with in that interview. Great interview with Nikki Lawley, again, a dear friend now, and someone I care a great deal about. And she, that too, will be shared on our Pro Cannabis Media outlets over the next couple of days. There's a few other little tricks and other people that we've talked to. Dimitri Downing, that interview, you'll definitely see parts of that on the Interstate Commerce Show that will be at this same time frame next week on our social media platform network when we look at interstate commerce with David Rabinovitz and Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net. We'll be co-hosting that show. I'll be at the top, but I'm going to be spending my time in the chat room and interacting a little bit more from that perspective with our viewers. And again, let me just think, is there something else? Did I, Dan, anything off the top of your head? There's so many other interviews out there that we've done, and we'll be sharing with you all those interviews as much as we can over the next few days and the next week or so. And then I'm sure at some point we're going to string them all together and have them all in one big long-form content that's all logged, so you know exactly where the Green Spoon Martyr little panel was, and perhaps some other things. Oh, and of course, that interview, I did mention it earlier, Chris Walsh, who's the CEO of MJ Biz Daily, he always does a state of the industry address at the beginning of the conference, but he also comes out to the press room during the conference and takes questions from the media, the working media. I happened to be working that day, and I happened to qualify as working media, so I too was part of that and enjoyed seeing him. And a special shout out to Tess Woods, their PR director, who's from our neck of the woods in Massachusetts, and she does a great job. And I got to tell you, it's a tough thing to handle. All these elements, all these rules, all these people, all about cannabis. And that's really why we started Pro Cannabis Media in the first place, is to give an outlet for people to talk about this amazing plant and the role that it's played in our history and why it continues to grow as a real major industry in our business structure. And maybe one day some of the traditional media that's out there that only looks for the negative in some stories, maybe they'll actually notice about some of the stuff what we're doing over here at PCM TV. So for Dan French and Sarah Galt, our social media person, and Isabel Turner, our production coordinator, our new bestie here in Las Vegas, Aaron Elikis from Go Live Vegas. Make sure you download his app on the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store. Will we ever get an app, you think, Dan? Are we ever going to get an app? We'll get an app maybe one day. We'll figure it out as we go along. That's what we do at Pro Cannabis Media. So for everybody I mentioned, and if I forgot anybody, my apologies. I'm exhausted. I can't wait to get back to the Eastern Time Zone. We will continue the cause on Pro Cannabis Media, PCM TV. Like, share, subscribe, tell your friends, tell your parents, tell your family, tell your neighbors, wake your neighbors. But remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media, and this is our special edition of Green Rush Live, our regular cannabis business talk show that our friend David Rabinovitz and I co-host every Friday afternoon on the Eastern Time Zone. That's about 4 p.m., if you will. And of course, on this October 29th, this coming Friday, we talk about interstate commerce of cannabis with an all-star panel of guests. Is it legal already? Certainly enough. A Vanderbilt law professor named Robert Mikos thinks it is. We'll talk with him and a whole bunch more about this very serious subject. But first, this is the week to share our content from our trip to Las Vegas. That's right, it was MJ BizCon. It was our second trip to the largest cannabis convention in the world. But needless to say, a lot has happened in the world and the industry over the past 2 years now, hasn't it? One of the many victims of the pandemic, of course, was cannabis event conventions. Last year's MJ BizCon was virtual, of course, but for most humans, there's no substitute for face-to-face socialization. Deal making is done, old friends are reconnected, new friends are made. This week, MJ BizCon celebrated their 10th event, and Pro Cannabis Media made our second pilgrimage to this vice oasis in the desert, where adults go to play, to network, and to explore the limitations of our existence while celebrating the freedom from prohibition in 36 states, where there is now medical marijuana programs, and 19, including Nevada, of course, where adults plus 21 can enjoy the responsible use of the cannabis plant's flower and its magical cannabinoids. After starting In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, my personal podcast and interview program 3 years ago, over the past 10 months on YouTube, Pro Cannabis Media has picked up 5.1 million impressions, 400,000 views of our work, and 8,470 subscribers and counting in just 10 months. Now, considering this is our audition phase of our operation, I'm pretty proud of the fact that we've earned a pretty good following for the work we produce on a weekly basis. You might be familiar with the fact that we've covered a few of these cannabis trade shows. The big one, led by Chris Walsh of MJ Biz Daily, and now joined by a second, the former founder of MJ BizCon, George Jage. He started one called MJ Unpacked at Mandalay Bay. Now, what follows are some of my thoughts and observations and interviews about the industry entering the fall of 2021. Of course, you have to qualify just to get into these shows, and here's what earned us our media credentials over the past 2 years. For those of you unfamiliar with what we've built during this pandemic, Pro Cannabis Media is a startup media network out of Boston determined to connect the cannabis industry from coast to coast through content that documents the end of cannabis prohibition in the U.S. And when I left my Emmy Award-winning full-time TV sportscaster work in Boston in 1998, I was searching for something that could make a difference in the world, and I certainly found it with the cannabis cause. During the pandemic, I've conducted interviews with over 350 industry professionals, business leaders, legendary advocates, educators, nurses, doctors, researchers, athletes, and movie stars. Yes, we love you, Tommy Chong. And introducing him to Vladimir Batista, the New York Happy Monkey legacy legend, was one of our greatest moments on Green Rush Live. Hey, there's another guy in the Zoom room with us. His name's Vladimir Batista. He's got a company called Happy Monkey out of New York City. And he said he's never met you, but he wants to invite you to his next party. Can he at least, can you say hello to Vladimir?
Vladimir, ¿cómo está? How are you doing, Vladimir?
It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you, Tommy.
Like I said, I know. Response. Is he the strong, silent type?
No, he's talking. Go ahead.
We have a lot of mutual friends, Tommy, and like I was telling them, we're over here in New York, got a big movement and, do a lot of events and a lot of things. But like you are one of the people that inspired us, you have been an advocate and been a revolutionary in this industry before it was cool to do so for so many years. And I just want to thank you for everything you've done for the industry, for the culture, the community. Honor and a pleasure to meet you. And if you want to come to any of my events, I know you got the red carpet everywhere you go, Tommy, but I'll have the green carpet waiting for you.
I'd rather have the green substance or the green product. Yeah, that's what you can. That makes my visit really nice.
We certainly earned our media credentials as a bootstrap startup out of Boston, and during the pandemic, now you can watch PCM TV live streaming 24/7 on our website, on our Roku channel, and Apple channels. And of course, you can always find our weekly We Talk News show, Green Rush Live Business of Cannabis Talk Show on Fridays at 4 p.m. Eastern. You might even notice that Dave Briggs, the Newsy TV morning guy and former NBC sports anchor, well, Mr. Briggs has the conversation now with a special co-host named Amani Toomer. You might remember him from the NFL and the Giants. The Green Nurse Live Show streams live weekday mornings at 8 p.m. with Sherry Tutkus, plus a joint venture co, CannaCook.com, Rick Thompson's Jazz Cabbage Cafe out of Michigan, and Tiramisu's Blazin' Bakery out of New Jersey. Now, let's get back to MJ BizCon and their founder, Chris Walsh. While we can't share his opening remarks to the packed crowd at the Las Vegas Convention Center, we were able to record his private news conference with the media on that same opening day.
It's extremely gratifying. We had a very tough year in 2020. I think all of us did in one sense or another, right? For a business like ours too, it was very rough. And I had taken over as CEO in January of last year. and got into a period with COVID where we had to make business changes. We couldn't do MJ BizCon, we couldn't do our events, and we had to really rethink what we were doing. So to finally have gotten here to a place where we have the industry all together, it's bustling, it's busy, people are excited about the future of cannabis. It's a really surreal and amazing feeling that we were able to come roaring back, not only as MJ BizCon, but also as an industry. And the industry did really well throughout all this. And you can see it here. Other events are coming back at 50% of where they were in 19. Look around here, look at the buzz, look at how many people are here. This industry's rocking and rolling, so we're really excited. Yeah, my message is that the industry is growing up and maturing, and we have a lot to celebrate. We've had almost a dozen states legalize medical or recreational cannabis since 2000. We've had 5 states legalize just this year through their legislature. So there's a lot to be excited about. There's a lot of opportunities out there. We have the most momentum we've seen for federal change ever. I don't know if that will happen, but next year or this year, but we have a lot going on. We have Amazon coming out and saying it supports legalization, and it's saying that publicly, and it's getting behind lobbying efforts, right? So you could look in any direction and there's positives, but like any other industry, like any other movement, we have challenges and we have issues. So I'm very bullish about the future, but we also have to realize that this industry is growing quickly, and it's becoming mainstream, and it's maturing, and with that comes different considerations, different challenges, and different opportunities. So, sum it all up is we're in a great place as an industry, and I wouldn't say we're at the tip of the iceberg in terms of growth, but there's still lots of growth ahead, and there's possibilities everywhere you look and opportunities. And so, again, look around, see what's going on. This is a legit mainstream industry, and it's creating jobs, it's creating business opportunities, it's creating investment opportunities, it's improving communities, and more states and more countries are legalizing as well. This is the best opportunity that, once in a life opportunity. Let me say it again. This is an opportunity that only comes along once in a generation, right? And I'm not saying that just to pump the industry. That's what it is. And so, I'm just excited about what's to come, and it's going to be challenging for everyone, and things are going to change. But we're creating a whole new industry here.
COVID protocols were in place this year with over 1,100 vendors spreading out over 2 full halls, doubling the space for the MJ BizCon, which continues to amaze me with its variety of ancillary businesses and the core of the industry in the Hall of Flowers, like the award-winning dispensary Bud's Goods from Massachusetts. Now, we're certainly not as mature as the biggest media production group out of California, Cannabis 101 Talk Radio on iHeartMedia, but hey, they've had a 10-year head start. MJ BizCon Live featured live panels of celebrities, business leaders, and entrepreneurs. There were breakout sessions with other business leaders, including supporting law firm Spoon Martyr, celebrating their 40th year of business, now with a vibrant cannabis practice based out of Colorado, but with offices coast to coast. That's where a joint venture co's show host and CEO, Ann Brum, talked with Jerry Greenspoon and Irina Dashevsky before one of their breakout sessions.
Good afternoon. I am Ann Brum, filling in for Jimmy Young on Pro Cannabis Media. We are here at MJ BizCon 2021 at the Spoon Martyr event. Today we have our guests. I'd love for them to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about their work here in the cannabis space as a law firm.
Hi, I'm Jerry Greenspoon. I'm a managing director of Spoon Martyr, and basically came up with the brainstorm of founding the cannabis practice about 8 years ago, realizing the enormity of what we were embarking upon at that time, seizing upon opportunity, and excited to be here now in 2021 at the MJ Biz Conference.
Excellent. And I am Irina Dashevsky. I am a partner at Spoon Martyr in their newly opened Chicago office. But I came over from Lock Lord with our team, and we've been focusing on the cannabis sort of regulatory scheme nationwide, mostly east of the Mississippi, but now we have west of the Mississippi covered.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that. And I'm really excited about what's happening on the East Coast and would love a little insight on your plans to support and expand in there.
So that's a great question. It's very interesting because when we began the practice, we immediately headed to the West Coast because that's where everything was happening and that's where all the experience really existed. But then just recently, over the past few years, the Midwest and the East Coast markets opened up and presents an enormous opportunity. The regulatory schemes that are either in place or coming into place, the opportunities, the population, of course, that exists in the Midwest and the East Coast is so exciting to us, and this is where we now see the real opportunity and growth for many years.
And with Irina, we were talking a little bit before about your work recently in New York. Can you give us a little prelude as to what you're anticipating there and for the practice in supporting that regulatory framework to come online and live?
Sure. So, after Illinois dropped and the market opened up and we kind of learned our lessons, saw what it was like to do legalization and create a market through legislation, which I think Illinois did provide a good blueprint despite, being mired with delays and litigation. We focused because it seemed New York was doing the same thing. They passed this piece of legislation. It's pretty sparse. A lot of it's going to get filled in through regulation. I've been heavily focused on New York. I've been going there a lot over the past year, meeting with regulators, meeting with stakeholders. A couple of big takeaways that I have is I think that they want to create a lower barrier to entry. Social equity is on their mind. It's extremely important. There's a massive legacy market, and it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. When New York goes adult use, it will be the largest, most important market, I think, in the world, just based on population and the money that'll be there. And so I think you've got a plat for that, and I think they're trying to avoid some of the pitfalls that other states have had. And it'll be really like Illinois. Sure. Very different states. In Massachusetts, it's a real slog. It's been heavily criticized. They should be far more competitive as a state that's been online way before the rest of the East Coast, and yet they're not. Because of the way that it's governed from the local level, it's made it very, very difficult for businesses to get open and get running, even though it's not a competitive licensing scheme. I think New York will be different, and what they did differently from Illinois to ensure that more participants are in this massive market. And that makes sense for New York. It's kind of like the place where small business survives and thrives. They don't want you to be vertical. So they're precluding certain license types from being held by one company to ensure more participants in that market, which is a little different than what Illinois did.
Girl, you know. Well, thank you so much. Please check them out here at Grin Spoon Martyr, and thank you both very much for taking the time. You are watching Pro Cannabis Media. Have a good day, everyone. Bye-bye.
I don't really know what that looks like yet. I'm not sure that we have a clear picture of that. I've been asking, people, what does that mean? What do you think that means? And I don't get one answer to that. One thing I hear a lot is, look, we want to be heard. We want to be part of the process. We want to be heard. And I'm not sure that's happening in these regulatory rollouts. And I wonder about that. And I also think that it's great. You can have a license, but it's a super tough industry. It requires capital. It requires, all these different things. And there's all these big barriers around tax problems and all this kind of stuff that they're set out there to make you fail. And so great, we're going to give you this license that's going to allow you to take a big chance and spend a bunch of money, and it, is in many ways set up to fail when we look at the federal side of that. And so I don't think the landscape is really there yet, Jerry. I think we got to figure it out. There's work to do, and sadly, it seems like it's going to slow up the bigger process, right? Which it's again, is that where we want to go with this? I wonder about that.
Well, I think if you ask certain legacy operators, some of them would say, yes, we do want social process, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there are plenty of people in this country that make a living doing what would be considered quote unquote illegal, but they make a living that way, and they're not harming anyone. I mean, I think everyone in this room agrees that cannabis is no longer that, like, it has doesn't have that stigma that, oh my God, and reefer man and stuff, that's gone, it's out the door. So they're selling, it's a drug, but it's a drug that we all consider safe and legal, and we're simply telling them it's illegal because you don't have a license. And they're saying, well, then make sure I'm part of that licensing process. However you have to do it, figure it out. And so, to your point, how do you define social equity? And each state defines it differently, but that is a very important piece of this, is how do you define it? Because there's plenty of people in Illinois that found a way to meet the definition of social equity. They're not the people you think are social equity applicants. So that's a very important piece. I think you hit it right on that. How do we define it? And who needs to be in the room when we have that conversation for when we come up with that definition?
By the way, Nick, anything on the horizon? Any changes with respect to the Colorado regulatory scheme?
So Colorado we didn't have social equity, and we recently created a social equity program, and there was a license that Colorado didn't have yet, and that was the delivery license, and so they carved out that license specifically for social equity to candidates, made it available along with cultivation, delivery, and other licenses. And then Denver, for example, has really pulled back on issuing other licenses, right? And so really right now, the new licenses in Colorado are the social equity applicants in many ways. And that fit, right? When we were talking about social equity, the conversation was, wait a minute, I've been working really hard to build this business, and now I gotta give some of that to somebody else? I don't understand that. And we found a way, right, where that didn't have to happen, and we'll see if it works. It's brand new. It's just Jerry. We've had licenses for maybe 3-4 months now, so we're just at the start of it. The problem is that delivery's tough. That's a really tough one, and there's a lot of big tax issues and problems around that delivery model. Once again, here's this license. Have a good day, right? So. Hopefully there's more to it.
Coming up on Green Rush Live, the business of cannabis this week is interstate commerce of cannabis already legal under the Constitution and laws? One law professor from Vanderbilt University says yes. It's Professor Robert Mikos, and his thoughts were published by the BU Law Press. Now he'll be joined with legal leaders, compliance officers, CEOs, and other economists to debate this on Green Rush Live, the business of cannabis talk show on PCM TV and Pro Cannabis Media. Pro Cannabis Media programming is available live and on demand on our Facebook page at Pro Canna Media, on Instagram at Pro Cannabis Media, on LinkedIn also at Pro Cannabis Media, on YouTube and YouTube Live on Pro Cannabis Media, Twitter at Pro Canna Media, and on twitch.tv/Pro Cannabis Media. So like, share, and subscribe to all of our content, newsletters, and shows live or on demand.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Okay, so you've had an inside look at some of the activities and goings-on at MJ BizCon's 10th annual convention. We continue to share some of our interviews we collected at that show. All of them will be available on demand on our special MJ BizCon playlist on Roku, Apple, and YouTube channels of PCM TV 24/7. And yes, we'll be stringing them all live this week. Next up, one of those amazing booths you see at these trade shows that always draws a crowd and a blast for my past cannabis history and the class of '79 at Tufts University. Check it out. One of the most amazing things about these cannabis trade shows is you never know who or what you're going to run into when you go to these trade shows. Like, what in the world does this giant ape figure that's carrying a Thor hammer have to do with cannabis? Oh, I get it. This is a prop, right? This is a prop. Most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. But I mean, it's fun. Everybody comes around, they pick it up, they want to get pictures. So I'm doing the same thing. Now I want to bring in
Jeremy Hoxie here from Britain Woodworks. Jeremy, first of all, what's this stuff made out of?
This is made out of foam. So it's all routed and milled out of foam and then coated with a hard coating called frog skin that we use to protect it.
Okay, and exactly, besides these giant joints, what does your stuff have to do with cannabis?
Gotcha. So foam in general, our company as a whole, we have foam, woodworking, metalworking, and we build stuff. So when it comes to cannabis in dispensaries, we design it, we build it, bring it to life from rendering to completion, entire store build-outs, entire marketing activations, we do it all.
Now you're from Michigan. This company's from Michigan, right?
Correct.
Yeah, we know a few people in Michigan. Going to do a shout out to Rick Thompson, one of our favorite people in Michigan. You don't know Rick, do you?
I do not, but I would love to.
You're going to know him at some point. He's going to reach out to you, I promise, all right? Now, this is a great prop. How many people have come here and grabbed this and taken a photo? I mean, this attracts people to your booth, right?
A lot, yep. Yeah, the whole concept is bring people in, something a little different, a little less boring than a traditional trade booth. Get them in, let them have fun, let them take pictures, and we're starting to run out, so hopefully they last through the rest of the show.
Well, it's not like people are smoking them. It's not real, right?
It's not real.
Okay, that's unfortunately right. Well, later on tonight, we'll take care of that. All right, so that's that. And does this gorilla have a name?
We call him the Hulk. It's a little boring, but it's effective.
Okay, I got a name for you.
I would love name suggestions.
So back in the day when I actually was a college guy, Tufts University class of '79, our fraternity, Theta Chi, we had a mascot, and it was an ape. Okay, because we were all into the old Planet of the Apes movies, where apes were superior to humans, especially if they did right by other apes, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is going to be Massive B Ape.
Massive B Ape?
Massive B Ape.
Okay.
Can you handle that?
I can handle that.
It's original as opposed to the Hulk. You know what I'm saying?
It's true.
And I'm bequeathing you.
Hulk or Harambe. It's between the Hulk and Harambe.
All right. But that is Massive B Ape, and it's now yours to use in whatever way you'd like.
Perfect.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Absolutely. Nice.
All right, we continue with Green Rush Live on a Friday afternoon on Pro Cannabis Media. This is by far the first time I met a guy on Zoom and ran into him at MJ BizCon. John Hartzell, the CEO of Dyspo. Hey, good to see you. What do you think of the show so far?
Well, I think it's a really important opportunity for people across the nation and really the world to get together and participate in an event that allows them to network and talk about their problems and create solutions and understand the new technology that's in our industry. We really appreciate all the opportunities the MJ BizCon and conferences like this bring to us. Right now around us, we're having 10 different conversations with folks from all kinds of different places, and it's fantastic, really it is.
You guys feel safe in a pandemic doing this kind of a show? That's one of the things that everybody seems to be so concerned about. But you're comfortable with the social distancing and what the show has done?
Yeah, personally, I chose to become vaccinated and get a booster, and I take COVID tests regularly. I think people ought to take it as seriously as it is, and it's a very serious thing. But the show's done a good job of creating a safe place and also giving people an opportunity to be around each other.
Tell us about your company, what you do. You were on the show last week, so I kind of know, but let's reinforce that, because the listening skills of Americans are not exactly great.
Yeah, I love talking about Dyspo. We're a logistics company, really, more than anything. We move packaging all across the United States and support customers that are putting products on shelves of dispensaries in all the legal marketplaces. So we're producing brands, we produce packages, and we support our customers by getting those packages into their stores.
How important is it, give us a little plug about Pro Cannabis Media, giving an opportunity for the industry to have a place to go and talk and communicate about the challenges of being in the cannabis industry?
Yeah, it's a real honor to be on your show, and I think that this industry absolutely needs a voice, and the people who are producing content and putting our conversations into the world from the cannabis industry are telling the stories the best and giving it the honor that it's due. And it's supporting our kind of business getting into mainstream media through the professionalism that people like you are showing.
I can't get a better plug than that, folks. Green Rush Live continues after this. Don't go away.
Coming up on Green Rush Live, the business of cannabis this week is interstate commerce of cannabis already legal under the Constitution and laws? One law professor from Vanderbilt University says yes. It's Professor Robert Mikos, and his thoughts were published by the BU Law Press. Now he'll be joined with legal leaders, compliance officers, CEOs, and other economists to debate this on Green Rush Live, the business of cannabis talk show on PCM TV and Pro Cannabis Media. Pro Cannabis Media programming is available live and on demand on our Facebook page at Pro Canna Media, on Instagram at Pro Cannabis Media, on LinkedIn also at Pro Cannabis Media, on YouTube and YouTube Live on Pro Cannabis Media, Twitter at Pro Canna Media, and on twitch.tv/Pro Cannabis Media. So like, share, and subscribe to all of our content, newsletters, and shows live or on demand.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Well, here we are on the floor of MJ BizCon, the 10th annual. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. So happy to be joined by Nick Richards. He's the head of the cannabis division of Spoon Martyr, which is one of the largest cannabis practices in the United States of America. Nick, thank you so much for joining us. Great to see you, and I understand this is not your first rodeo of MJ BizCon, is it?
It's not my first one. Yeah, I was at the very first one. I think it was there in Denver, and you know, there was a bunch of people that I knew from the fledgling industry at that time. I think it was about 80, 90 people strong at that event. And look where we are now, Jimmy. I mean, it's huge, right? I mean, it's if the people on could see it, it goes a mile that way and a mile that way, right? It's a real reflection of the growth of the cannabis industry generally. This event is a big event in the Las Vegas world, not as big as some. But it's so exciting to be here and to see all the professionals here and to see the industry show up and to see so much excitement and buzz around the idea of legalizing cannabis. It's awesome.
It is amazing how far it's come in the 10 years and gosh, even in the last few years. And now, you know, you had the pandemic in the middle of it now, and it's evolved as an essential product for medicinal marijuana policies and laws that are out there. 36 states. You got 18 or 19 legal, depending on how you feel about South Dakota. I know how I feel. I call it 19. But Nick, there's still so many issues having to do with cannabis. And I know here at the conference, you're going to be talking about the challenges of the IRS and 280E. And when we talked last, you actually brought up another clause, another item that that affects the industry as far as being a cash-only industry as far as the IRS goes. Is this going to be the subject of pretty much what you're going to talk about in that panel?
Yeah, I mean, there's a moderator, right? So we're gonna answer questions. Kat Daly and I. You know, Spoon Martyr has been a champion of that fight to establish sort of fairness around taxes in the cannabis world. Right now, the cannabis industry is really horse shackled by a code section called 280E that takes away all of its deductions. From those of you who don't know it out there, when you go into that local dispensary, that bud tender that you're talking to, that person's salary, that company can't deduct it. That rent for the facility where they're selling the marijuana, they can't deduct that either. And so it's a really, really, really tough business. It's a leftover code provision on the war of drugs, which we all know was a war against minorities and a war against difference in this world. And I say again and again, it is the remnants of that war, and it's something we need to get rid of.
And yet the Supreme Court has pretty much said we're not going to do that, although you've got the Judge Clarence Thomas, you always precede his name, the conservative Judge Clarence Thomas, saying that the federal laws are contradictory. Something has to be done. Lord knows they're trying, but in this political climate, I'm not very confident that they're going to be able to get anything done. Maybe they'll be able to get the banking done. one small step in cannabis is always a big step towards normalization, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's true. And, you know, we see a lot of normalization kind of on the street and in our communities and, you know, in our cultural circles and all that kind of stuff. But it hasn't permeated up to the you know, the brick and mortar world as much. And we still see a big disconnect between what we're seeing as sort of official case rulings and government positions on cannabis and what's really true about cannabis, right? And that's been everyone probably on this hearing this now knows that's been a fight of cannabis all along. It's been saddled with these falsities, and we're still fighting that. And a lot of people are still grounded in that, frankly.
And yet, you look at a show like this with 1,100 vendors, you know what's going on in the merger and acquisition world. The big are eating up the little, or the medium anyway, and the little are still surviving. But this industry does have an obligation, I believe, in giving those who have been most impacted by the failed war on drugs, an opportunity. Are we going to see that?
Are we going to see that? Wow.
I know that's a loaded question. And by the way, I'm going to put in a plug for Curaleaf, because they do now have a initiative to help social equity applicants out. And that is what I want to see more of the industry do.
And we have that at Green Spoon Martyr as well. We have a number of social equity client candidates that we are representing, and we reduce our fees down to represent them. And we want to work with that industry to help them come along. It's a tough question though, Jimmy. Like in Colorado, for example, there was no social equity when the program was rolled out. And then social equity became a big part of the industry, and Colorado didn't want to be left behind on that, so we created a new license, the delivery license, that is available for social equity candidates only. And so states are looking for different ways to find ways to you know, address the problems from the war on drugs and provide equity to folks that have not received equal treatment in the past. But it's a tough thing. It's a tough thing. If I'm a business owner and I've put my blood and sweat and tears into my business, and you know, along comes the government and says I have to give some part of what I think is mine to someone else, that's a conversation at least, right?
And conversation is so important in times like this, especially with issues like this. You know, this is one of the reasons why I love what I'm doing, because I'm not afraid to have these conversations with people who are making the policies and creating the laws, interpreting the laws, because I do think we all have an obligation to do right now by these people.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I think it's the fun thing to do anyway, right? I mean, the one of the great things about the cannabis industry is it's just full of so many good people and so many good sort of mission statements, right? Everybody wants to kind of solve the problems of the world, and I don't know if we're going to be able to do that, Jimmy, but it sure is nice to be a part of the effort.
Right, and I think that's what we have to kind of glom onto a little bit, right? Is to be, hey, we're part of history here. Whatever little part we can do to impact this is what kind of drives us every day. It's what drives me. I don't know about, I think it drives you too.
It does. You know, I rode in a taxi on the way over with a big influencer out of California. And he and I were talking about this whole thing and where's the industry going, and I think he's talking right now actually on his panel, and I think we're coming together. I think his panel is sort of can the cannabis culture and big business survive in the same sandbox, right? Yeah. And I think the answer to that is yes. Look around, Jimmy. Look around. Big business is here already, right? Look at the money on the floor, right? With those economic incentives and those possibilities comes big business and collaboration with folks that aren't so big business savvy, perhaps. And there's a lot to learn on both sides there. There's a lot that big business needs to learn about cannabis, and there's a lot that cannabis needs to learn about business. And I've seen problems on both sides. You see these big business guys walk in like they know the whole world, and they're going to change everything, and they're going to be growing this weed that grows like a weed, and you know, they're blah, 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 blah. And then 2 years later, they've failed completely, right? It's not easy.
What in life is easy, Nick?
Talking to you, Jimmy. Talking to you all day long.
That's Nick Richards from Green Spoon Martyr. We're going to have more for Green Rush Live and from MJ BizCon. Don't go away. Green Rush Live continues here at MJ BizCon, and we've stepped outside so we can take off our masks to actually talk to each other since we're both vaccinated individuals from the Northeast. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media, and I'm joined by Dean Harris from Tab Brands. This guy understands all the science behind those magical cannabinoids that are in the cannabis plant. Dean, great to see you again.
Thank you.
First of all,
good to see you.
In 3D, because we've really only known each other on Zoom.
Right, we've never met live and in person, so it is a true pleasure. And we liked each other when we met each other virtually, but we really like each other now.
Now we're going home together. No, I'm only kidding. Dean, tell us about Tab Brands and where you are right now.
Sure. So Tab Brands has got a really interesting technology. It's patent pending, and we can take any plant-derived active ingredient and make it water soluble without using these techniques called nanoparticle technology or microemulsion. So the reason that's good is because the finished products are easy to use, convenient. They can be used as part of everyday life. They taste good, which is not always the case in cannabis and CBD.
Mm-hmm.
They come in an assured dose, which also is rarely the case in cannabis and CBD. They're more bioavailable because they're water soluble, and water soluble products are 4.5 times more bioavailable than lipid soluble, according to an NIH study. And then beyond that, they're safe. So we think that those combination of 5 benefits makes any plant-derived active ingredient useful. And since we spoke last, we've expanded from cannabinoids to other plant-based ingredients. So we have an entire line of medicinal mushroom products. We have something that are called botanical terpenes, which are derived from plants that are not cannabis or CBD or hemp, and they deliver health and wellness benefits independently. When combined with cannabis, they actually provide the entourage effect. And then recently, although this is not legal yet anywhere in the world, we actually just figured out how to make psilocybin into a water-soluble product and microdose it. And I don't know if you've done any work or study of that, but psilocybin and microdosing is going to be a huge market for things like mental wellness, depression. You know, when something makes the front cover of Newsweek, you sort of figure that's made it into the mainstream.
Well, we hope so. And then, you know, I have a mixed feeling about psilocybin products when I'm in the cannabis industry, because I really do believe that we want to get one plant medicine, but normal and accepted.
No, I understand that, but my perspective, I think, is a little different. I think plant medicine has been used in cultures all over the world for tens of thousands of years.
Right.
So the extension of the cannabis plant, or the hemp plant, which are certainly useful, to our technology for other equally useful plants, both individually and in combination, is really interesting. And it's really not a matter of trend, it's a matter of using plants derived from nature, often as an alternative to prescribed medication, which invariably is synthetic.
Right.
So that notion of plant-based, all-natural medicine and wellness products is where we are at Tab Brands.
Right. And there's now starting to be more and more movement towards acceptance of psilocybin, more acceptance of cannabis products being infused in beverages, right?
Yes.
And this is kind of where you see the biggest impact.
We think that in general, plant-based medicine should be part of somebody's daily life. So it should taste good, it should be convenient, and it should deliver what you're saying it's going to deliver. So, I mean, I think what's interesting about psilocybin, and I don't want to focus on that, but psilocybin, the way psilocybin's delivered now, it can be delivered in a microdose, which means that it affects the brain, but it doesn't provide that full psychedelic effect. And to me, it's remarkable how much acceptance there is in the medical community already for psilocybin. And it used to be, Timothy Leary and hippies, and now it's almost an accepted medical fact. I mean, when they're studying at Yale Medical School, I mean, I think that's significant, and at Hopkins too, by the way.
Well, Tufts would be good. No, I'm only kidding. I don't want to get into it.
Well, I don't know if it's done at Tufts Medical School, but it could be. But Hopkins and Yale are
they're pretty good.
They're not chopped liver.
They're pretty good. I just have to wave the flag of the alma mater. I just have to do that.
I didn't go to either Yale or Hopkins.
And I didn't go to med school, so there you go. But what I want to ask you now is,
How do people find out about your product,
Sure.
and how do they get that? Because I know that, you can't just go to the store and buy infused products.
Right. Well, we do have a direct-to-consumer brand.
Yep.
Just because I'm a direct-to-consumer marketing, so I felt like I sort of had to.
Yes.
And that brand is called Sigh, S-I-G-H. The website is hellosigh.com, so one can buy directly online.
There you go.
But most of what we do is B2B, and most of what we do is providing our material as ingredients or white label for other people. And our goal, I think I told you this the last time, but we've actually achieved it. We want to be global. So in the last month, we just did 2 licensing deals where we've licensed our IP to Europe. We signed a deal with a partner in Croatia to serve the EU market, and then we just signed a deal in Colombia to serve the South American market. So our goal is to try to make these useful products useful, every day to the extent that we can.
That's right. Dean Harris, Tab Brands.
Yes.
Great to meet you in person.
I agree.
I think that's one of the most beautiful things about the trade shows that are back now is relationships have actually started on Zoom, and now you have an opportunity to see the person, shake their hand, give them a hug.
It's better.
It's much better, and it also goes to the whole plant situation that this plant brings the world together. It's designed for socialization. It's designed to improve.
It has. It's designed for socialization. It's actually designed to make people feel better, and it's actually designed in certain cases to give people a high.
Right.
And those are the 3 primary uses. And when it exists in native cultures and indigenous cultures all over the world, there's something to it.
Absolutely. There's something to Tab Brands and Dean Harris too. He's been a friend of Pro Cannabis Media for a couple of years now, and it's an awesome honor to actually shake your hand.
Thank you, sir.
And see you again.
Great.
Green Rush Live continues after this break. While the trade show was impressive and quite overwhelming, the evenings in Las Vegas take on a whole new meaning of socialization and networking. One of the after-hours get-togethers was at a location in the Arts District of Las Vegas, sponsored by the NACB and their president, Ashley Manning. It was there where we ran into many members of the PCM family of friends, including Dr. Mary Clifton, Peter Vogel of LeafWire, Ashley Elsner of Artery Pay, Nikki Lawley from New York, and a regular fill-in co-host, Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net. But it was at this party that we discovered Brandon Fokin and his rare Colombian monkey, Ambassador Ty. Okay, I've done a lot of strange things in my career. I admit it. 40 years on television, Emmy Award-winning talk show host. You know me, I'm Jimmy Young. I'm the founder of Pro Cannabis Media. I have never been in the presence of an ambassador before. Now, Brandon, that's you, right? Brandon?
Yes, but just for
Hang on, Brandon Fokin is your name.
It is. I am not the ambassador, for clarity's sake. We are going to introduce you to the ambassador. I am Brandon Fokin. I'm just a messenger. The message is Ambassador Ty, and there's a very long story to this message, but we'll tell that story in a moment. Right now,
we want to introduce everybody right to Ambassador Ty. This is so exciting.
Okay.
And I can't believe that Ambassador Ty is actually in this bag.
Ambassador Ty is in this bag. We are about to open up the door, and we're going to let Ambassador Ty come out and meet everybody here. We're going to call it a meet and greet. And if I may just tell you real quick, Ambassador Ty is one of the smallest, cutest, and most intelligent, but also rarest primates in the world. They are critically endangered. They're found only in a small piece of forest in Colombia, in northwest Colombia. And this little guy, through the cannabis industry, helps us raise money to preserve their habitat in Colombia to ensure that there's always a place in the wild for cotton top tamarins. That is what is he an ambassador for.
Wow. I'll drink to that, because usually I don't drink or actually under the influence on anything that I do, so please bear with us. What's that?
I said not true.
You just met me.
I can read people very well.
Actually, when you were describing the monkey, I thought you were actually describing me until you got to the endangered species part.
Well, y'all's hair is actually very, very similar. With that said, I think we are now going to open the door, and we're going to let the cat out of the bag, metaphorically speaking, only in this case, it is a monkey. We're going to let the monkey out of the bag.
Oh, this is so cool. Only in Las Vegas does this happen, by the way, at MJ BizCon. And we're so happy to have this
little friend, this little ambassador with us, who I believe has a lot of frequent driver miles, I understand, Brandon. Am I right? How far did you drive from where you were to get here to Las Vegas?
Well, I didn't count the miles, but now he may jump on you. 20 hours. 20 hours. So my buddy, this is basically my best friend, we drove 20 hours to come here and share this message with the cannabis industry here in Las Vegas. Now, if you look at this guy, you told me you speak monkey, you lied, you don't speak monkey. He's giving you the mean look.
So Massive B Ape was my fraternity mascot back in the 70s. I just want to say. I met Massive B Ape on the floor of the MJ BizCon today. Did anybody see that,
this guy here?
Adorable.
Isn't he a handsome young man?
And you know what? He looks regal in many ways. He's got that face of like a primate king.
Well, if you look into his eyes, there is an intelligent being in there. There's a lot going on in there.
He's making faces.
He's giving you the mean look. What he's doing, he's showing you he's the alpha male.
Yes, well,
he's the
I have
toughest
no problem
dude
with
in the
that. I'm
room.
comfortable with that. Actually, being the beta male. Are you familiar with that concept?
Somewhat.
She who must be obeyed somewhere? Okay, yeah. Okay. David Faraday lives. Okay. That's so cute. So tell me more about this Colombian monkey. And
Well-
I'll talk softly.
Okay. He's native to Colombia, but this particular guy was born in the U.S. He's a descendant of what they refer to as lab monkeys, which in the 60s and 70s, this is kind of a sad part
By
of
the
the
way,
story.
I remember the 60s and 70s.
If you remember the 60s, you weren't there. That's what they say. Thank you.
Yes, I was. I was born in 57, so that I was young. I was very young.
If you remember it, you weren't there. But what I was saying was, this particular guy, in the 60s and 70s, our medical industry went down to Colombia, and we took 60,000 of these guys to the United States to do research on colon cancer. What their digestive system and their diet is very similar to ours. So what they would do is, and I know this sounds terrible, they would infect them with colon cancer, and then they would try different cocktails of drugs to see what worked. So everything we know about colon cancer today, we owe a debt of gratitude to this species. But he is a descendant of those lab monkeys because eventually they outlawed that practice as being cruel and uncruel, which it was. They sold off those primates to breeders. Most of them ended up sadly dying because people didn't know how to take care of them. He is a survivor of those lab monkeys, and he was rescued from the pet trade, and he was donated to my company to serve as an ambassador to help spread the word about their plight, and to also, yes, we have a question from the audience.
Sorry, what company are you with?
I have a company called Cannaboom. Yeah,
Cannaboom.
Cannabis is booming. I work with a company called IQ LED. We sell LED lights, and for every LED light we sell, we make a donation to preserve their habitat down in Colombia. And I also import Colombian coffee. If any of you want some wonderful Colombian coffee, I can sell you Colombian coffee with a picture of him on the bag. And for every bag you buy, every 1 pound bag, we will make a donation to Proyecto TT down in Colombia to help preserve their habitat.
I mean, do you get a better story than that? I mean, that's fantastic. Social, by the way, another example of social responsible capitalism in the cannabis industry.
Well, I think we need more of it.
I do too.
And if you look at it this way, we can use cannabis as a vehicle to help save the cotton top tamarin's habitat. But here's something that we need to keep in mind. As we preserve that habitat for this little guy, we're also saving it for every other living creature that is in there, all the birds, all the insects, all the other mammals that are in there. We're preserving that same forest for those other animals as well. And if we can indoctrinate, for lack of a better term, that desire in young children to want to preserve that forest, they will take that same message to preserve other areas throughout the world, and it just grows and spreads. That's the ultimate goal of what we're trying to accomplish, and cannabis can help us get there.
Do you know the saying? I know Peter Vogel was here for a second from LeafWire. I close my broadcast with a saying, like a closing line. Walter Cronkite, that's the way it is. for this, right? Remember, that's the way Jimmy Myers, my mentor, that's the way it is in sports. That's what it is in sports. That's what he used to say. My closing line is, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. You buy into that too, don't you?
Of course I do, because first and foremost, we have the responsibility to be responsible.
Right, exactly. Do you think the ambassador will jump on me at some point? Here, what do you think? What do I have to do? I mean, he didn't like me at the beginning.
Okay, let me tell you, everything is on his terms.
I'm not messing with it.
However, if I lean towards you a little bit, chances of him jumping on your shoulder, okay, so I like you, but not like that.
I
So,
understand.
are we ready?
We can lean. Come on. Is it a? It's not a female. Oh, there he goes. Whoa! I have that effect on monkeys and females. I might have. They usually just run away. That's what happens.
Actually, he's very sociable, and he wants to go meet other people over there.
Well,
so
he went over to the females immediately.
Well, he's not dumb.
Okay, that's right. Well, we both understand that. Oh, she definitely wants to. She definitely was like to get. It's so cool.
What he's doing right now is that's how he greets other primates.
Right.
Sometimes he smells them a little bit. He will sometimes lick them
there
a
he
little
goes.
bit.
Yeah.
And now he's exploring. He loves to explore new areas, and this is just a very interesting and stimulating thing for him.
Oh, absolutely.
They're highly social, so meeting other primates for him is just it's in their DNA.
Ambassador Ty is a male.
He is a male.
Yeah. Okay.
And he needs a female. He's at that age.
Well, there you go. And what? Never mind. I'm not going to go there. I had a line there. I'm leaving. Oh, he made a little pee-pee. I just want to say.
The size of an eyedropper.
That's right. I know. But we want to make sure that we clean that up, because that's what we told this establishment that we do. We also want to thank the NACB for holding this particular event at MJ BizCon. Ashley Manning is the I think she's one of the principals. I want to make sure I get her title right. But this is so cool to be in the presence of royalty.
I would also say greatness. You know, he's not just a cute little monkey. As he gets on people, as people just look at him, they light up like a Christmas tree. He has a therapeutical effect on people. He brings happiness and joy to people that I've seen that are having a bad day. He'll jump on them, and they say things like, "That's the coolest thing that has ever happened to me." He is a truly special creature.
I can say that having the monkey on me for a few seconds was one of the coolest things that's ever happened to me today.
Yes.
You know, I could tell you that anyway. All right. Hey, Brandon, one more time. Brandon Foken.
Yes.
Hang on a second, where do people find out more about what you're doing so that they can either donate or support your cause for this whole initiative?
Well, you can donate directly to Proyecto TT. They're down in Colombia. They are arguably one of the greatest conservation efforts in all of Latin America, possibly the world. It's www.proyectott.com. You can PROYECTOTITI.com, and you can COM, yes, .com, and you can make a donation directly. If you would mention Coffee Heaven, my coffee company, mention whoever you want, mention Ambassador Ty, but please make a donation. Help these people do this wonderful work, which is preserve the habitat of the cotton-top tamarin, as well as the habitat for every other living creature in there. Let's help these young people understand that we have to take care of this planet. And if this little guy helps us get that message out to the world, mission accomplished.
Well, mission accomplished with you. First of all, meeting you has been an honor, a privilege to meet the ambassador. This is why I love the cannabis industry. You meet some of the coolest people with the most passionate about what we do, why we believe what we do. And I'm so proud to have gotten to know you a little bit here, and I'm psyched. And I just love the Colombian connection because,
well, I'll tell you what,
for a long time there was a lot of Colombian in this body, and that's why I'm leaving it to science later in life.
You are now cordially invited to come with me to Colombia to do two things. Go to the coffee region, where you'll have some of the best coffee you've ever had in your life, and then we can go to their habitat, and you can see these guys in their native habitat. And then after that, we're going to throw in a bonus. I will take you to one of the coolest cannabis grows you will ever see in your life at the very farm that started the canna boom in La Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, that was the first farm to start exporting the I know you're going to remember this, Colombian Gold, that strain, to the United States. Shh, leave it at that, leave it at that, leave it at that. To the United States. I will take you to the farm that started the worldwide canna boom, which is also where my company's name comes from.
And you're about to be enlightened about a boomstick, but I'll explain that after this. We're going to take a break. We'll come back with more of Green Rush Live from Las Vegas, Nevada after this. You coming back to say hello to me, Ambassador? No.
So that was our first day at MJ BizCon, but there was another trade show in Las Vegas held at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center that was geared towards investment and an entirely different vibe, where you had to prove vaccination records, wear your double vaccination status on your credential, and organizers wanted you to submit to a negative COVID test before entrance. It was MJ Unpacked. This trade show was the brainchild of George Jage, a former co-founder of MJ BizCon, who engaged the Blues Brothers for a private concert, called on the biggest funders in the business like ArcView, Panther, Arcadian, and others to hold pitch rooms and breakout sessions on funding, and limited the size of the trade show booths on display in order to accommodate better social distancing. In the middle of the show that was there, they had tables set up for deal making. So when you make a deal, you get to bang the gong, brought to you by Bang Edibles. So when you make a deal, that's also where I got to sit down with Arizona cannabis legend, advocate, former prosecutor Dimitri Downing, the leader of the Marijuana Industry Trade Association, known as MITA, in Arizona.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Jimmy Young with Pro Cannabis Media, and I'm all over the place in this town this week. We're here for MJ Unpacked this afternoon. And, of course, this is all part of our Green Rush Live program that we do every week on Pro Cannabis Media. And I'm so happy to actually have a guy that was on a Zoom interview with us months ago on our show. His name's Dimitri Downing. He's from Arizona. He's a bit of a legend in the cannabis space in Arizona. Dimitri, are you comfortable with legendary status?
Just Arizona?
No. That's all I know you from for Arizona. But no. You're good.
I just like to say a bit of a legend in the cannabis space.
There you go.
I'm just kidding. No, I mean, we need people out there that are advocating, that are informing, that are trying to understand this, not just from a business level, but a philosophical level, a human level, and in all sorts of different capacities. I have a unique skill set from my training at Boston University, epistemology major.
When were you in Boston?
The 90s. That's when we used to ship marijuana. My family did, yes. We shipped marijuana in UPS, 4 pounds at a time as lighting fixtures to a place that I worked in Boston. They can't prosecute that for me now. They can't prosecute me for that now, so that was a long time ago. I'm not afraid to admit it. Lots of people did it. We were entrepreneurs, we were businessmen. We saw ourselves in the middle of a trade route, and we did that. And that was the early 90s. Went to UA Law School after that, prosecuted from 1998 to 2010, economic development for 2 years, and then jumped into the cannabis industry with my family in 2012. So I had the opportunity to use all those skills, all that knowledge, all that I acquired for all those years to understand and evolve within the cannabis, and understand the cannabis industry, and personally evolve in the cannabis industry. So I'm grateful to the cannabis industry beyond belief.
And I believe it too. I just want to check. Yep, the little light's on. That means we're rolling. It's good. My bad for not checking, but when you're a one-man band, you do what you can do. Arizona. I use that state as an example of a state that I thought got it right by automatically offering adult use recreational licenses to the already existing medical community. Since that has happened, there's been some pushback on that. How do you view on how your state, Arizona, handled the introduction of adult use recreational sales in that market in this state?
Well, I understand this stuff all too well. And your question, while important and a detail of the cannabis history, doesn't matter. We didn't get it right. We didn't get it wrong. We could have done it better. We could have done it worse.
But you did it.
We did it, you know, and it happened. And we transitioned the medicinal market. And I'll get into what I'm talking about here in a second, because this is what I'd really love to talk about, because it's something we're doing here at MJ at the Marijuana Week at MJ Unpacked and MJ BizCon. We're launching Media USA because we see it as a paradigm shift that's coming up, and we'll talk about that in a second. But in Arizona, obviously, we transitioned from medicinal to adult use. A medicinal marijuana market structure was created in 2010. A lot of people got licenses in 2012, including my family. 2013, 14, 15, invested capital, evolved, etc. How and why that market structure was created that way is a fascinating aspect of history. It was a necessary thing. It was a public policy thing. But we got lots of things out of the legalization of cannabis that we didn't need. And now comes this paradigm shift to get rid of those. And we'll get to that in a second. Legalization, the transition from medicinal to adult use, can happen any way that you possibly can do it. And there's a lot of different ways. Initiative, referendum, legislative, and how do you treat the existing players that are under the medicinal licenses? What rights do they have? What rights are they entitled to? This is an economic situation, an economic question that even economists can't answer because it's never happened before. It's never happened before. Washington did it one way. Colorado did it one way. The Arizona, we tried it one way in 2016. That went down. I advocated for one way in 2014 and 15 as we were writing that initiative. And that ended up going down. And turns out I was wrong. Now I'm the exact opposite side now that I've learned and come to understand what's truly is important. And we'll get to that in a second. So in Arizona, we passed the Smart and Safe Act in November 2020, which was basically a flip-to-switch model, which is something I had actually designed back in 2014 when we were just trying to flip the switch from medicinal to adult use. Why? So those who have could continue to have more. And it wasn't about excluding anyone. It was just about protecting our own interests. And that's okay. No one should ever hate or be mad at those who want to protect what they have. They just need to share and teach the better paths forward that we could all work towards. And this is something, again, that I realized after study, and I'll go through the whole journey if you want me to. But so we did a flip the switch model. I didn't write that initiative. I didn't even review that initiative. 168 people looked at that initiative. I never went one day to look at that initiative. And as it was being written, 2019, dropped, I think, in March of past 2020, dropped in like March 2020. I got the dates screwed up here. But anyways, there was time to review it. But I never went and reviewed it because I knew that there was that flip the switch model. And that fundamentally is not what the cannabis community needs to be pushing. And it's a big problem that's been created by how we're legalizing and how we're developing these market structures. It was a flip the switch model. It went into place. Those who have medicinal licenses are given adult use licenses, and that's fine. And those retail stores open, and there's manufacturing associated with it, cultivation associated with it. They're all grandfathered in. And for shits and giggles, somebody wrote in, throw 26 social equity licenses because it, you know.
It should probably help the people that have been most destroyed by the war on drugs that failed.
Yeah, so in January it implemented, it was smooth. I'll give you this. Right. Pragmatically speaking, that's a smooth way to go about it. But is it the right way to go about it? And that's where you really get into the question of market structure, economics, free enterprise, limited licensing, and all these questions that the cannabis industry is in wrestling about, which is something that we're taking on next as we're launching Media USA.
All right, now you get to tell us about what you're launching and tell me why. I know why. Now explain to me what it does.
So you can understand my passion. And what happened was that I met so many individuals, not just social equity individuals, and I met like 4,000 social equity individuals over the last 2 years because we have a great META social equity program, Cannabis program. That's all online. We don't need to talk about that. It's on META's website. We've been doing great virtual stuff for the last year and a half, blah, blah, blah. So we've been making lemonade out of those 26 social equity licenses by trying to reach as many people to make them aware of the possibility that they can enter this lottery, and there's probably 5,000 of them, and then the rest will be disappointed. Anyway, so we met so many social equity eligible individuals and just individuals like yourself who want to get into the cannabis industry, who want to explore their hopes and dreams and possibilities, not just as a worker, but as a potential entrepreneur. And what is limiting and restricting them from being there? The limited licensing concept of manufacturing, cultivation, retail, delivery, whatever. We so readily accept the limited licensing concept in the cannabis space right now that we don't talk about it, we don't debate it, but it originated in rewarding and appeasing the fears of our enemy, the prohibitionists. So right now what's happening in the cannabis space, and I've been waiting, and now I can finally do it because I found allies that have money. Okay, that's what Media USA is about. Is people have been investing capital in the existing interstate limited licensing market structures out of necessity, because you can build a grow and make money back in 1 or 2 years, but they don't know really how to deploy long term because they don't know how the transition is going to happen in federal legalization, and they don't know if more licenses are being issued. So what's happening is that you have them, and it's actually not even the businessman's fault generally. The businessman will go to the lawyer and lobbyist and say, I don't know how to plan long term because there's all these regulatory changes coming and they potentially could change. What should I do? What's going to happen? Well, I'm a lobbyist. If you pay me money, I can protect you because I have friends in my pocket at the state legislatures and the federal government, and I can manipulate things. This is what I do. Really? There's a business that does that? Yeah, it's called lobbying. Oh, I was just a nice cannabis entrepreneur, but I'll give you money. So what's happening right now, and I see it happening in Arizona, I see it happening in other states, is you have a lot of these nice cannabis businessmen who are deciding how to move forward in the cannabis space. They're trying to think to themselves, what do I do with the adaptive, the changes that are coming? Do I try to manipulate them? Do I try to adjust them? Do I just accept what's coming? They're juggling with it. And I hear this even from the U.S. Cannabis Council attorney who's telling me, very nice lady, Heather Zazzi's policy genius. She can discuss all sides. And as a matter of fact, I was, fundamentally against her and the notions that she was presenting in 2014-15 when I was thinking to myself, self-interested businessman / half lobbyist, half lawyer. Now I realize how right they were and how they had to do what they had to do. But God bless the MPP. They've done a great job. But what we need is more individuals advocating against limited licensing, against the barriers of entry that exist, against protectionist measures, and in favor of what ultimately is in the best interest of the consumers and the patients, which is an open market, free market. You're saying to yourself, what a challenge. There's all these license holders that expect this and that. The retail component is safe. That's going to be a state and local thing. We're looking more at manufacturing and cultivation and the free flow of brands. Enter the money. Okay, so what is in the interest? In New York City, you have 8 million cannabis consumers, patients, etc. They want the free flow of goods. They want interstate commerce to happen as quickly as possible. They don't understand the nuances that the best way to have interstate commerce is allow somebody to manufacture in California and ship it to New York. That's going to cost less. Then there's people in New York who are like, no, we want manufacturing licenses ourselves. We don't want them to people come in. There's all these complicated nuances. We, as Media USA, we want to advocate for liberty. We want to advocate for choice and what's in the best interest of the consumer and the patient, ultimately the end person. The reason why we have an industry, not the industry. Enter the brands. There's one particular brand in California that I spoke with in March, and he said to me, Dimitri, I don't want to deploy $2 million to build a manufacturing center in Arizona. They're telling me another $1 million in Oklahoma, another $2 million in Nevada. I got to fix California. I'm only at 50 dispensaries. I want to be in 800. What do I do? And I said, sir, you know what? I think it's time, because you have to wrestle with how you deploy capital and plan for long term. And we all know interstate commerce is coming within 3 to 7 years. We need an industry that's going to advocate aggressively for interstate commerce. And when interstate commerce comes, hopefully, you won't have to manufacture in all these states. Just adjust to little things like labeling, testing, and packaging, etc. And maybe fight for shelf space at the retailers if we can't get the number of retail locations expanded. But that's a whole other issue. I'm not going to deal with that issue. Retailers out there, don't worry, Media USA is not after you. We're after those who would have protectionist measures that do anything to impede the access of the product, the flower, the brand, the choices, the brands, the MIPS, the vapes, to the consumer and the patient, because this is what this industry is about. It's not about protecting those who have. So
it's giving an opportunity to those who have been most impacted poorly on the failed war on drugs, and giving them an opportunity to get into the business, into the industry.
Well, and yeah, absolutely, and that's better, but that's not as important as giving to the patient.
Access available for the medicine to those who need it.
This isn't about us,
right? Well, I'm a patient too, but I get it too.
And right, and so, but you know, what kind of capitalists, what kind of businessmen care about the patients? Any brand who wants to be associated with doing the right thing, right? With fighting for those ideals, for those principles, for those regulations, for those statutes, for those ordinances that ultimately allow for more choice, more access, lower prices to the patient. Don't you want to be associated with a group like that? That's what we want to do. That's what Media USA is about. That's what we're going to fight for. Basically, freedom. And you might say, somebody out there might say, oh, you know what? He's a dreamer. Well, you know what? Imagine if the cartels had lobbyists. We would still have prohibition, and we would still be stuck in that paradigm. Now we've shifted over to paradigm 2 over the last 10, 12 years, which is the concept that we're kind of wrestling with right now, that we've inherited and kind of accepting. Merit-based applications, limited licensing applications. There can only be a few dispensaries. There can only be a few manufacturers. All that is nonsense. We need to fight for paradigm 3, which is the open markets, which is competition, which is opportunity, because ultimately paradigm 3 is going to be best for the patients and the consumers. I mean, that's just, are we Americans? Are we capitalists?
You're so right. And there's so many issues amongst the capitalist system because, Dimitri, I think you understand this. There's a lot of people that put money in, and all they can care about is that ROI, that return on investment. Right. There is no humanity to the dollar. And cannabis forces you to have humanity to your dollar because of the impact it can have on so many people. Correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you the truth. I was, concerned, interested in the cannabis industry, and I found a very fascinating concept that was occurring this moment in time. Even prohibition, people talk about, that prohibition ended for the alcohol, and, an industry was built. There existed an industry before prohibition for alcohol. People,
really? I think they called that bootlegging, didn't they?
No.
Even before that, moonshine.
Before prohibition for
existed.
Alcohol, it existed. Right. There was a supply chain. There was retail stores. There was saloons. They were there. Okay, so then prohibition occurred, and then people had something to look back to. We're doing something that's beyond ending prohibition. We're creating a market structure from scratch, and not a lot of people are reflecting upon this. So, that's what's going on here, and that's what keeps me interested. Now, I'm not a cannabis patient myself, but I grew, I started with the model in 2012, like, damn, my family got the medical license in Sedona. These hippies found a really clever, politically clever way to get high. Good for them. Talked to a bunch of my lawyer, my AZ post-certified Arizona police officer, FBI, BI friends, etc., and because I was a prosecutor. And I realized that anyone who had a card in Arizona wasn't going to be touched. I'm like, shit, my brother's going to make a lot of money. Okay, I'm in. Then I met the guys from Normal. Then I met Michael Weiser. And Michael Weiser, great soul. Him and I had a 3-year journey to understand substance abuse, cannabis policy, the legalization movement, market structures. And we were on opposite sides because I was thinking about money. Michael was thinking about, soul and about people. He didn't give a damn about money. Well, I met him halfway. Okay, because he educated me. He really did. Because I knew nothing. I knew nothing about substance abuse. I knew nothing about my own. I did not know nothing, but I didn't know enough about my own substance abuse. I found yoga because of the cannabis industry, because I started exploring alternative mechanisms. So I'll be damned if anybody's going to take away anybody's right to use cannabis however they see fit to achieve that equilibrium and balance that's going to help them function. Who the hell would do that? Even if you need heroin, it's your thing, bro. Just function. Keep your shit together. Get your job done. Do your work. Be productive. Love your wife. Raise your kids. If you need heroin, if you need to rub your head against the carpet every morning for 5 minutes, it's weird, but do it. Do it. I'm a libertarian. I was okay. So I'm interested, and then comes COVID. The most absurd, hysterical, fear-based reaction to a very legitimate virus that I could possibly imagine. And we had a situation where they were canceling group yoga classes, gyms. They took away my choice as to what I needed for my spiritual, athletic, physical, mental well-being. And when the government does that to you, like the government did that to the cannabis patients, you come to understand the power of the government. COVID weaponized me for the cannabis industry. I have an outlet to give back to the world what it deserves, and it's called freedom. Fortunately for the cannabis industry, I'm involved in cannabis because I'm going to convey that loud as I can for as long as I can. That's why I understand clearly that this movement isn't based on cannabis use. This community isn't based on abusing anything. This community is riding an undercurrent that has existed for tens of thousands of years in human history, since one monkey decided to go from one valley to the next to explore their own options. That undercurrent is freedom. That undercurrent is choice. That undercurrent is seeing the world that you exist in and saying, this is not right. Somebody's taking away my rights. I'm moving on to the next tree, to the next valley, to the next ocean, to the next island across the ocean. That's what we're all about, that spirit. That's what this cannabis community is riding. That's what I'm excited about. So you can thank COVID for that. Otherwise, I would just be like an intellectual economist. Now I'm a fucking crusader. Sorry, can I curse?
You just did, and I don't have a problem with it.
No, it's just getting started.
Well, Dimitri, I got to tell you, you're the reason why I got this booth. When Zoe Wilder called me and said, I can get you Dimitri, and I said, I loved him when he was on our Zoom call. To meet you in 3D in person has been even more inspirational for me. So I want to thank you for taking the time. You and I could sit here for hours and have these amazing, deep conversations. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to meet you and talk with you, because I really want to figure out a way to get the Dimitri Downing show on Pro Cannabis Media. You deserve your own platform, your own show. You pick your own guests. We'd love to have you involved. But I thank you so much for just joining us for the 30 minutes that you just gave us here. You are truly an inspiration to the industry. And I knew that when I first met you. And I can see it when people just through the screen sometimes. So I want to thank you. First of all, how do people get involved, find you, and contact you? That's important. Let's make sure we get that on tape.
I always give out my cell phone number.
I love that about you. And by the way, you've been getting calls all the half hours.
Yeah, 520-909-4334. Dimitri Downing at gmail.com. www.mita-az.org is our Arizona organization. We're expanding it to be national. But the Arizona organization is not involved in politics. Okay, just to make that clear. We allow the state to do what the state's going to do. We are involved at the national level where things are still undecided. And you know, when they've kind of like shaped the way things are, you kind of don't want to come in and kick the house around. That's just not polite. But we have an undiscovered country at the federal level, and we make sure that it gets shaped right from the beginning, and that we encourage individuals to shape it right from the beginning, and we expose individuals who are trying to not shape it right.
These are the reasons. People like Dimitri Downing and why I started Pro Cannabis Media. We love telling your story to others out there who are as passionate about this cause as Dimitri. Although I will tell you, get in line, because there's nobody more passionate about this than this guy. We're going to have more of Green Rush Live. Don't go away from amazing Las Vegas, Nevada.
If you can't bong, you can gong, right? Coming up on Green Rush Live, the business of cannabis this week is interstate commerce of cannabis already legal under the Constitution and laws? One law professor from Vanderbilt University says yes. It's Professor Robert Mikos, and his thoughts were published by the BU Law Press. Now he'll be joined with legal leaders, compliance officers, CEOs, and other economists to debate this on Green Rush Live, the business of cannabis talk show on PCM TV and Pro Cannabis Media. Pro Cannabis Media programming is available live and on demand on our Facebook page at Pro Canna Media, on Instagram at Pro Cannabis Media, on LinkedIn also at Pro Cannabis Media, on YouTube and YouTube Live on Pro Cannabis Media, Twitter at Pro Canna Media, and on twitch.tv/Pro Cannabis Media. So like, share, and subscribe to all of our content, newsletters, and shows live or on demand.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everybody. We continue with Green Rush Live on location in Las Vegas. I'm Jimmy Young with Pro Cannabis Media, and I'm wearing my brand today. Wait, it's a whole new world of weed, right? Use it responsibly. That's how we end the show. We're going to start the show. I've got two amazing women entrepreneurs from cannabis. And by the way, there was a time when there was 24% of people in the cannabis business were women. That was a few years ago. It shrunk. It takes a lot of determination to make it in this industry if you're a woman entrepreneur. And I've got two of them. I want you to introduce yourself first, please.
Patty Pappas.
And you are?
I'm Carrie Mapes.
And tell me, I'm going to go back and forth here, so we'll do like a dance, all right? No favoritism, all right? What's the name of the company, and tell me about what you guys have.
Well, so our company are Hello Again, and we have vaginal suppositories that were formulated for women in menopause.
And Lord knows there's a huge need for that, let's just say. What differentiates what your product is and why you guys did what you do to come up with this product?
Okay, so Carrie and I were exploring the cannabis space and realized there was not a product on the shelves that we wanted or felt comfortable using or was marketed to us. So that was the beginning of our story. And we came up with a product, a vaginal suppository is the perfect delivery system for us because we can utilize the THC and a higher dose than an edible or any other delivery method and not get a head high. So we wanted to create a product that women could use, get along with their day, have a good night's sleep. If they have to wake up in the middle of the night, they don't feel high, but we can utilize the power of the plant without getting the head high.
I can tell you that there is a huge market for this, isn't there?
Yes, there is. Yeah.
Can you tell me some of the testimonial stories of the people that have used your product so far? And by the way, I'm guessing California, am I right?
Yes, California, state of California.
Should be the planet, should be seceding from the United States of America. Not that I'm a liberal, progressive, or anything, but okay, go ahead, keep going.
No, we got great feedback from the very beginning. So everything from, a 53-year-old woman saying, I got my first good night's sleep since I was 16, to women who aren't in menopause, finding it and using it for menstrual cramp relief, for endometriosis pain. My favorite feedback was this product is a soul saver because we address not just the physical symptoms of menopause, but the cognitive symptoms. So the brain fog, the trouble with recalling words, all of those things erode your confidence. And the psychological, emotional symptoms with the anxiety and the moodiness and all of that. So we're getting really great positive response, especially from women during COVID who may not identify with being in menopause, but they're home with a lot of hats on. So
fantastic. And guys, just in case you haven't noticed, I don't think I have a vagina, even though a lot of men that my friends, they've used that term. Okay, let's just say, because I'm very comfortable with my female side. Okay? I have a tremendous amount of respect for women in general because you guys can do something we never will do. We're the cause. You understand that, right? And you bring life into the world. And it's one of the reasons why I don't understand why men, specifically friends of mine, don't have more respect for their partners. It just really bothers me. I'm not going to assume here what has been the response of your partners, because I'm going to assume two beautiful women with brains, entrepreneurs, you have partners. This is a terrible thing for a guy because now what used to be pleasurable becomes painful and difficult for men to deal with, right?
One of my husband's favorite lines is menopause has been very hard on me. That's what he likes to tell people. But
welcome to the club, hubby, okay? I get it.
So it's what Hello Again can help do is make you feel like yourself again. That's our whole messaging because the symptoms start to layer on
and you start to forget things, and that makes you feel insecure and uncomfortable. You start to have the sweats, and that makes you feel, I mean, it all adds up, and then you feel farther and farther away from who you used to be when you had confidence and you got a good night's sleep, basically. But the vaginal dryness is another big issue that we address with our product because it is a vaginal suppository. So, as you get older and the hormones have their effects, and you can have very painful, dry, not only sex. We've had women come up to us and say they can't even wear blue jeans anymore because they're having such an issue with vaginal dryness. So our product has, the base is vitamin E and cocoa butter and avocado oil, so it's very soothing and moisturizing.
Thank God for women. Okay, so I guess the next question I have is, either one of you have a medical background at all?
So no, I was a teacher and Patty was in fundraising. We were both home with our kids, raising them for 20 plus years. Yep. We're first time entrepreneurs in the space. I have to say, so we had a lot, I think your question is about formulation. Yep. We had a lot of support from different professionals, from cannabis research professionals, from doctors using cannabis for palliative care, gynecologists using cannabis in her practice, and of course a professional formulator and a professional manufacturer. So that was on the formulation end. And then just on the background end, honestly, being in our 50s and doing this, I don't think we could have done this in our 30s. There's something, we weren't afraid to ask stupid questions. We educated ourselves. We knew how to find the answers we need. We're dogged, and that's helped our business quite a bit.
Fantastic. What's the next step for you guys? I mean, first of all, how do people find out about your stuff?
Well, first you can go to our website, which is helloagainproducts.com, or Instagram, which is also helloagainproducts. And we have, we would like to expand across. We get a lot of emails every day from women in other states trying to buy us. And, it's hard to explain that we can only sell in California right now. So we would like to be in other states as well. And we have ideas for other product lines coming up.
Funny you mentioned interstate commerce, because a week from when this show airs, Friday, we're doing a show on Green Rush Live on interstate commerce with a law professor from Vanderbilt who really believes that constitutionally it's legal now. And it's going to be an interesting show. We've got a lot of lawyers and far more scholars. And the best part is I'm not even going to host that show. I'm going to introduce everybody and get the hell out of the way and go in the chat room because I know my place. You know what I'm saying? Well, this is great. California, go to your website. That's the way to get it, right? It's a legal product. This is one of the best things about coming out to Las Vegas for us is we're getting introduced to the mature market in California. Massachusetts is almost in adolescence, and I say almost in adolescence because it was adult use in 2018 and medical in 2013. So we're still far behind the mature markets of California. We don't need to get into the politics and all the challenges that has arisen in California recently or anything like that. But the good news is we're here in 2021 openly talking about these issues. Do you guys feel that historic significance of the product you have and the industry that you're in?
Absolutely. Menopause is certainly having its moment right now, and a big part of that is because today's 40, 50-year-old woman is leading a vibrant life. So, our Instagram is full of, examples of women who are, who look fantastic, who are leading companies. We know that our customer is, is working, has small children at home. She might be divorced and dating at the same time. Her life is very vibrant, and that's what we're doing is, strengthening her ability to be a force in the world.
Well, I think you have any last comments you'd like to counter on that, echo on that?
No, definitely. We just want women to feel like themselves again and feel healthy and not high.
Isn't that a great way to start the day? Both of you, thank you so much for joining me here. The best part of this, we have more incredible interviews on Green Rush Live coming up, so don't go away. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Green Rush Live on location in Las Vegas, Nevada. Yes, we're doing interview after interview after interview here because you find so many interesting people when you are just ensconced and thrown into the cannabis industry in Las Vegas, Nevada, with all these different events going on. We're at MJ Unpacked, and yes, this is David Durkey. He's the Vice President of New Ventures, Quicksilver Scientific, Louisville, Colorado. I can read. You know, I really am doing this without my teleprompter, so I needed something to read, I admit. David, tell us a little bit about Quicksilver Scientific and what the hell does that have to do with the cannabis industry?
So, well, Quicksilver Scientific is originally a dietary supplement company, and you can go to our website and that's what you'll see. We're really focused on being science-based and highly efficacious for things that are not well absorbed into the body. So, you know, our traditional lines are vitamins and minerals, traditional Chinese medicine, metabolism, etc. But we see a huge opportunity to take our technology more broadly into the cannabis space, into the CBD world, because cannabis and CBD really fit that paradigm of, you know, it's not well absorbed, it's not well metabolized unless it's formulated properly in a food, beverage, tincture, what have you. So that's why we're here today, is to try to find, you know, interesting brands and partners to, you know, work with in our technology. So that's why we're here.
Good answer. That was good. Now we get to talk about some cannabinoids and endocannabinoids and all those magical components of this amazing plant. Colorado, being one of the first states in the union to legalize adult use of cannabis, has a far more mature market than Massachusetts or New Jersey, New York, who are new to it on the East Coast. And you've got the Arizona situation, you've got Oklahoma. Everybody's done it differently. How have you seen the maturation of the cannabis space in Colorado, where, to me, it's far more normalized? People, it's been around a while now. People have accepted it. Are you still feeling that stigma when you start talking about cannabis in the business community or wherever?
No, I mean, definitely not in Colorado. I mean, it's been 10 odd years since legalization. And yeah, you see a lot of more mainstream, more acceptance. You know, even in Colorado, the local city officials can say, "Oh, I don't want to dispense here." You know, you have to vote it in, and there's very few of those anymore. You know, so that's one thing. It's very normalized, very mainstream, and the market is also moving out of flower and vapes and into more edibles and drinkables. I think the same reason that tobacco is on the wane as well, because you want a way to enjoy a product that's not going to interfere with someone else's, you know, experience, especially if you're indoors. You know, indoor air quality is all the rage these days. And so moving out of smokable vaping type products and into something that's more discreet and edible, that is you can consume, and it's you know, it's your business, is the way that the market in Colorado is moving. And that's really why, you know, the opportunity exists for us to use our technology and leverage it into all these brands and products.
I love the science. I never took science. I'll be perfectly honest with you. You know, I think the extent of my biology is dissecting that frog in the 10th grade, right? And that was freaking me out unto itself, you know. That was enough, right? And, you know, all the little chemistry. But I have talked to hundreds of scientists and doctors and botanists, and have learned about how this plant interacts with the human body. And, you know, so I've got just enough to be dangerous, you know. One of the things that I have learned is not just the fact that every body is different and every endocannabinoid system is different and everybody has a different metabolism, right? This plant, one plant does not fit all, but there are so many components in the plant, and as a scientist or part of a scientific movement to study it, research is finally starting to happen on the product that is being sold in legal states, as opposed to just the University of Mississippi, which we all kind of laugh and giggle about because they've had it for 40 years, and I believe some of that same shit is still in the freezer at the University of Mississippi after 30 years. Let's not go there. I get that part. Great time to be a scientist in a completely wide open field, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
So the people on your staff excited about the future on this?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I completely agree about metabolism. I mean, I used to work at Coors in Colorado, and the metabolism of alcohol is the same, right? Everybody reacts differently. So the expectation that it would be the same in cannabis is on point and is expected in my mind, right? And so, my team, you know, we have chemists, food scientists, folks like that. And there's two factors at play in the market right now. You have a high variability of formulated products in terms of potency, bioavailability, even how fast it's digested if it's an edible. And then yeah, and that's one of the things we're focused on as well. But then you have the metabolism differences. So you have these two sort of shifting sands that you're trying to formulate around. And really what we're about is quality and consistency. And if we can make a consistent product, then it's not going to affect everybody the same way, as you referenced. But for a single person, they'll know what to expect, and it'll be a much better experience for the consumer.
We hope that that happens. We all know there have been examples of people, including myself, and I've documented this many times. You know, you think you know a lot of stuff, right? And you reach and you don't check the package because it looks just like the 5 milligrams, and it's a 25 milligram, and there's a huge difference in an edible product from 5 to 25. And then when you take 2 of those 25s, you're in trouble. Now, nobody has ever died of an overdose of too much cannabis. It's been an uncomfortable night, day, whatever it is. Again, it goes back to what I preach about responsible use. And don't get behind the wheel of a car if you've taken an edible, because you don't know when that thing's going to hit you, right? It's important that you use your brain because it interacts with your brain all the time. I guess where I'm going with this is the future of the knowledge base on the scientific community is going to make the user, it's going to help so much, because you are going to be able to microdose. You're going to be able to understand in your own what you can do and what you can't do with this product. And now that you're getting into the water soluble world, right? That sort of thing. Again, more opportunity for research, more. So I guess my question is, what's the mission of Quicksilver Scientific overall as far as making these products, getting the word out and educating the public about it? Because you can't have a public service announcement because traditional media won't take that.
No, so our mission is no different than quality and consistency. We've got products, like you said, microdosing. We've tested a 2 milligram beverage at our facility in Louisville, and we're originally a metals toxicity company, so we can have the ability to do blood draws. And so we had folks try a 2 milligram THC beverage. We took their blood to see how quickly it absorbed, and they had a great time with 2 milligrams because we're able to, essentially be rapid onset, very fast offset, and try to mimic that effect of alcohol. We want the Coors Light of cannabis. And
we call that the shot experience is kind of where you're going, right?
Yeah, but again, 2 milligrams is not necessarily overly medicating someone. So having the precision to do 2 milligrams consistently, making sure that that's in the package and delivered, and then having that predictable onset and offset really, I think, opens a new market for alcohol replacement. Frankly, alcohol, I think, as you might have alluded to, has a lot of health effects and problems associated with it that people want to move out of. And alcohol replacement, be it in edibles but also in beverages, is a huge opportunity for the industry.
In fact, the market penetration now of cannabis compared to where the alcohol penetration is, people are amazed at the amount of percentage of cannabis percentage in this. And I think in a lot of ways the alcohol beverage community is a little concerned, but they're also anxious to get into the game too, right? I mean, you know that.
No, absolutely. And that's how I got into the industry, because when I worked at Coors, they started a joint venture in Canada where THC is federally legal to make cannabis drinks. And I formulated the first round of those and have moved on to this new company to supply, a larger base of companies with that technology and that know-how. So, no, it's a huge opportunity and a huge risk for incumbent firms that's, is just borne out in the market. It's there.
We're all part of history, and we're writing it, we're experiencing it, we're part of a movement. It's a fascinating time. That word fascinating comes up so much, right? Everybody's involved with it. How frustrating is it to do the research and the science that you're doing and still not have guidance from the federal government, from the FDA, about the infusion in beverages?
It's challenging, and it's one of the reasons that we have a portfolio of products, because we don't necessarily know that what is appropriate in state X is going to be the same in state Y, or particularly for even brands. Like different brands are trying to pursue things like performance or taste or clean ingredients. So we have a whole portfolio of products that are working within the sort of patchwork of food and beverage regulations that's out there, and also tries to satisfy that consumer need as well. So yeah, it's frustrating because there's not a one-size-fits-all solution, but rarely in the food and beverage world is there one. So we kind of took that approach, and we managed to create, I think, a great portfolio that works across a lot of jurisdictions and a lot of consumer need states.
I could ask you about interstate commerce, but we're doing so much about that next week on our show.
And I'm not the expert.
I was going to say, I knew that. That's right. That's how I'm going to go. But I am going to ask you about another cannabinoid. Everybody gets excited about CBD, which is the anti-inflammatory component of the plant that works in conjunction with THC, the entourage effect. And, you need a little THC really to make sure that CBD gets the most effect. But that other cannabinoid, the CBN, I'm sure you're familiar with CBN. That's the magic one that helps people with sleep disorders. Will we see a similar fervor about CBN that we're seeing with CBD? Because to me, sleep disorder is one of the biggest challenges of our time right now.
Yeah. No, I think
in an infused beverage kind of a thing.
Yeah, no, you want it in that everything that said previously still applies, right? It's got to be consistent. But and that's the thing. I think for me, and I'm not a pharmaceutical markets guy, but what I would do is look at the pain management market and look at the sleep management market, and that's going to tell you the relative import between CBD and CBN, because they are purpose built for those sorts of symptoms. And yeah, they're both huge. I don't know how big each bar is, but they're both a huge opportunity.
And we're sitting here watching the bar going up and down because we're part of history, right?
Well, and right now, yeah, the main problem I think is awareness and availability of high quality CBN extracts. We can get stuff in our lab and kind of formulate with it, but then getting that into the market, who's your supplier, how much are you getting, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of development to be done there. It'll be done extremely quickly, especially in the U.S., because that's just how the states work, But it's going to take some time for that to mature, and then to educate folks around the benefits of CBN relative to other rare cannabinoids.
Right. So that's what it's about. Hey, David, great to talk with you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you taking the time. How do people find out about Quicksilver Scientific in case they want to follow you guys, newsletters, all that sort of thing?
So we're at quicksilverscientific.com. That's our main supplements business, and quicksilverdeliverysystems.com if you're a brand owner and you want to work with us on technology.
He's David Durkey. I'm Jimmy Young. This is Green Rush Live from Las Vegas. Don't go away. I've got more interviews. So we'll be back with more after this. Coming up on Green Rush Live, the business of cannabis this week is interstate commerce of cannabis already legal under the Constitution and laws? One law professor from Vanderbilt University says yes. It's Professor Robert Mikos, and his thoughts were published by the BU Law Press. Now he'll be joined with legal leaders, compliance officers, CEOs, and other economists to debate this on Green Rush Live, the business of cannabis talk show on PCM TV and Pro Cannabis Media. Pro Cannabis Media programming is available live and on demand on our Facebook page at Pro Canna Media, on Instagram at Pro Cannabis Media, on LinkedIn also at Pro Cannabis Media, on YouTube and YouTube Live on Pro Cannabis Media, Twitter at Pro Canna Media, and on twitch.tv/Pro Cannabis Media. So share, and subscribe to all of our content, newsletters, and shows live or on demand.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
We continue with Green Rush Live on location from Las Vegas this week. Again, from MJ Unpacked, which isn't even across the street from the Las Vegas Convention Center. You have to schlep in a whole other area around Las Vegas just to get to this location at Mandalay Bay Resorts. I am Jimmy Young, as you know, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, the co-host of Green Rush Live, along with David Rabinovitz. So remember to like, share, and subscribe to all of our shows. But I'm so happy again to be joined by two women who are entrepreneurs. And Lord knows we have met so many entrepreneurs in the cannabis space over the years of doing these shows. These two in particular are from Arizona. They are franchisees of Open Door Dispensaries. So Catherine and Chelsea, thank you so much for joining us in our little podcast cubicle here at MJ Unpacked. You know, I wish you could see what's behind us, folks. There is actually lots of people going through different trade show booths and what have you, but we're here in our little cage to talk a little bit. I'm going to talk with Chelsea first. I peeked. Did you see me peek?
Yep.
I peeked. Chelsea, tell me about Open Door Dispensaries.
So Open Door.
No, you don't have to hold the mic. I'm going to hold the mic for you.
Perfect.
Unless you want your own show, because we can talk about that too.
No.
Okay.
All you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we'll talk. All right, go ahead.
So Open Door is a retail franchise concept, turnkey operation. So soup to nuts, compliance, operations, best practices, design. Think of it like a Starbucks for the cannabis industry.
I like that. I could use a Starbucks, and I would love it if it would be delivered to me 3 days without it. Because have you been to Starbucks in Las Vegas? It's like an hour and a half.
Exactly. Nobody has time for that.
I digress because I can. Right?
So, we're really taking the complexity out of cannabis for operators. So instead of taking, a year to 2 years to get that learning curve down, you're now jumping ahead, right? You don't have to figure it out on your own. We're here to support you, but you still get to have your own business, your own license, and be a business owner.
There you go. And your background is in franchises, yes? All right. How did you look at the franchise world and say, how can we apply this to cannabis?
Well, after 30 years of working with quick service restaurant franchises and visiting dispensaries, I realized that dispensaries could certainly use some of the traditional tools and tactics and planning and strategy that we've been using in other industries, several different industries, for franchising.
How many do we have now? You said you had quite a few already working with you guys?
So we have a couple area developer agreements that are being looked at due to franchising laws. That does take a little time that they have to have them.
So we still need lawyers.
Yes, we do. Okay. So we have a couple of those on the table. Nothing is signed quite yet. And we do not have a location open yet, but we do anticipate in 2022 to have 1 to 3 open.
So you come to these shows, are you looking for investors to back your plan? You have your business plan ready to go and present? Is that where you're at right now?
So we've already launched. We took a first round of investment. We're currently doing a larger investment round. Very quiet, not really open, looking for strategic partners and the right investor, more than just any money that comes along. Also looking for franchisees. And currently right now, actually, we're in limbo of, we have a salesperson, but we're also working with brokers. So really looking for brokers as well that would like to maybe help us sell franchises and make some money, or connect us with the right investor.
I happen to know a few of those people out there, business brokers. In fact, I think I met one recently. It's a bit of a blur the last 48 hours, I just want to say. Right? You can understand. From Arizona, Dimitri was just here. We talked a lot about, I happen to think they did it right, going from medical dispensaries, flick the switch, let the adult use get them to. Well, you choked immediately when I said that. Because most of the people in the state, I understand, don't like how they did it, but looking at it from afar and looking at how my state of Massachusetts did their medical first and then took 2 years to even, once the voters voted in adult use, took them 2 years just to open the first adult use dispensary. And it was like, that took a little long. Arizona got it done fast, not necessarily right. Is that accurate? Now you're smiling.
So honestly, I agree with you. I like that it happened quickly after the November vote. I think the hardest thing for us as operators in Arizona was that we all anticipated at least another month to 2 months before we were selling rec, and all of a sudden DHS just started approving licenses when we had been told a different date. So I think that was the biggest hiccup, but for consumers, it was the best way, right? They voted yes on access. They should get the access. It shouldn't take multiple years.
From the franchise perspective, this is a brand new product, writing new laws. We're in a historic time. Can you still make an application to actually cookie cutter a franchise model?
Yes, I believe we can. Yes, absolutely.
You wouldn't be doing this if you didn't think you could. I know. How are you doing it is a better question.
Well, we've put all the pieces together for these license holders. Everything from the floor plans, and we've got architects lined up. We've vetted all of the vendors, everything from insurance brokers to, even products. The non-regulated products. We've got those lined up. So, I also want to mention though that it's less about the cookie cutter of the actual building space. But with Chelsea's expertise in hiring the right people and managing the staff and the ongoing operational support, that's really where the value of the franchise comes in for these dispensaries. The ongoing support and keeping up with the regulations and the compliance issues and even the market data on each of these individual markets is going to be extremely valuable for these franchisees.
One thing you're on the franchise side, and I haven't heard this, and you know the word vertical in the cannabis space. Is there a grow part of this franchise too?
So currently, no, but we are open to that. We would like to do that, but you can't be all things to all people and still be successful all at the same time, right? So we're starting with retail. We would love to start with some products after that, but open to cultivation. Cultivation isn't my area of expertise, but I've definitely worked in 5 of them, and I have managed a couple as well. So from a best practice standpoint, I'm able to do that, but right now we're retail focused.
And when you look at the current landscape of cannabis where we are in this country, and we all know we're still dealing with a federally illegal substance that the people that make those laws don't understand, frustrating for entrepreneurial spirit, and yet you're still here doing this. Why?
So I've been in this space since early 2013 into 2012. I've worked with regulators across the country as well as internationally to help them understand about the plant, about the molecules, and
the cannabinoids. Endocannabinoid. Let's all say it. Endocannabinoid system. Yes. Go ahead.
So I'm still here because it changes every day, and you have a chance to shape a new industry. So we have a chance to be completely different than everyone else and educate people, both regulators and consumers alike. And that's something special and unique to be a part of.
Yeah. Dimitri talked about that too. How do you feel about being part of history?
I think it's very exciting. I mean, it's a once in a lifetime kind of opportunity. I've always been passionate about helping entrepreneurs and through franchising, and this is just one more way to help these new entrepreneurs in cannabis and some of the social equity license winners as well. I think they're probably one of the main groups that could use our help the most.
They got hurt the most by the failed war on drugs, didn't they? And this is an opportunity for them all to get into something exciting. And obviously offering your expertise in a model that they can just follow makes a lot of sense, right? I'm also of the opinion that before we expunge all these records, could we please create a program for workforce development to get them trained with the proper skills to get into the industry? Let's not just put them out onto the street and say, you're free now, go ahead. No, let's actually help them, because the prison system is broken. It was used for years to pack our prisons with people of color. It makes no sense to me in so many ways. And now we have an opportunity to undo what was wrong. And you ladies, you women are doing a great thing for offering that. How do people get in touch with you?
We have a website, opendoordispensaries.com.
Wait, it's Open Door. D-O-R, okay, because I'm a stickler for spelling, pronunciation, enunciation, and cadence, and I just want to make sure that it is Open Door with 1 0.
It is.
Right? That's right. And is that how we get to you?
Yes, you can reach us through the website or LinkedIn, Instagram. We're on social media as well.
It's a beautiful thing. And you're 2 beautiful women doing good things. Socially responsible capitalism drives this business, and I support it 100%. Thank you both for joining me here in Las Vegas, Nevada at MJ Unpacked as we continue our marathon of interviews on Green Rush Live. Don't go away. We've got more coming up.
When we finally reached our final day on location in Vegas, we thought we would be able to go live from the suite of our friend Nikki Lawley, a pediatric nurse who had suffered a traumatic brain injury from upstate New York So Breakfast with Nikki turned out to be an interview with Nikki overlooking the Strip, the Bellagio fountains, and immediately and admittedly an emotional collapse from me that was a combined reaction to her incredible story and the incredible story this venture has taken me on personally, where we get to hear and share the stories from this industry in their own words. Hi everyone, welcome again to Green Rush Live. Okay, on recording here from Las Vegas. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. We're here for MJ BizCon and MJ Unpacked, two huge trade shows for the cannabis industry. And you know, when you're in the cannabis industry, there are certain people that you meet at these shows that somewhere in the last few years during the pandemic have entered your life. And now you're able to actually talk to them, not just Zoom with them, but actually see them in 3D and connect with them. And one of the women that was so gracious to join us over the years when we've been all cooped up in Zoom world, as was Nikki Lawley. She's a former pediatric nurse who has suffered a horrific injury about 5 years ago. And Nikki, not only is she a wonderful person and a great story, but she has opened up this magnificent view that she has from the Cosmopolitan here in Vegas, so we can come in and actually talk with you. Nikki, your smile lights up a room. Your story is so special. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Jimmy. It's been a pleasure to see how Pro Cannabis Media has grown really exponentially. As your network grows, it helps my network grow, and I'm all about working together and collaboration. So it's great to see how you've grown, and the plant has been amazing and blessed me with great people like yourself.
Thank you. And the plant has healed you. And I'm not sure a lot of people know your story. And it was 5 years ago that you suffered this horrific injury. Can you walk us back? Are you comfortable talking about what you've gone through, and more importantly, the journey off the mat to where you are today, and just a spectacular cannabis advocate from upstate New York? So tell us, if you can, walk us through your life, if you don't mind.
Sure. I was working as a pediatric nurse. I'm an LPN by trade, and I was a happy, working, pretty carefree kind of human, very busy, very social, and just like any other work day, a kid didn't want a vaccine. No big shock there. And I went in to help another nurse restrain the child, and he basically tucked his chin, threw his head back at me, threw me into a wall, and then back into his head. And my life literally changed in that split second. And you look at me today and you say, how can she be where she is if she had this injury happen? Because if you guys saw me before, I literally was planning my death. Traumatic brain injury changed my trajectory of life. I went from being a nurse, a healthcare provider, to now being a patient. We're treated a lot different. I was once respected and, told, how can you possibly still be having symptoms when your injury was so many months ago or weeks ago? Or it was unbelievable. I'm like, why would I make this up? Why would I want to not work? Why would I not, if you look at my work history, there's a very solid work ethic, and, so I couldn't even imagine someone wanting to be in this position. Like, people don't fake disability, they fake being well. You cannot imagine how hard it was for me to not be in control all the time. And I struggle now because cannabis has given me a way of communicating with people completely different. When my symptoms are kicking up, the anxiety, the depression, the worry, the absolute worry and fear can really take over. And cannabis literally calms my shit down. I mean, I don't know how else to say it in a way that matters. I was literally super stressed out, and I just had an amazing cannabis pre-roll that I honestly don't know the name of right this minute, but it was absolutely amazing. And Jimmy, I think you witnessed that transformation.
By the way, not only have I witnessed the transition,
Nikki, with you, but I've experienced it myself. I know what the plant does to our neurotransmitters, to the emotions, the things that make us human, right? The highs, the lows in our lives, right? The stresses, the old don't stress the small stuff, right? And yet sometimes that's small, you have so much small stuff, oh my God, you get overwhelmed, right?
Correct.
So, and I understand how the plant works. Who was the first one that exposed you to the power of the plant, to cannabis?
So it was actually about 4 months after my injury in late January of 17. My husband thought it would be a good idea to try and cheer me up and got me a trip here to Las Vegas, here at the Cosmo.
Oh, now I understand. Okay, keep going.
So I wound up in Vegas when getting on an airplane, being around people, being around flashing lights and slot machines. Just the thought of it was a horrific concept. But yet, how could I say no? This was always my favorite thing to do. And now all of a sudden, I'm faced with doing it. And I mean, I literally said, Jack, I don't think I can do this. I don't think I can go on vacation. I mean, it's asking too much of me. I mean, all I do is cry. I'm just literally in the corner shrieking in pain. And this went on for months. And then I was put on different cocktails of meds. Then I'd have horrific GI symptoms or horrific allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis from pharmaceuticals. I mean, was I really in a good place? No. So what's sort of crazy is after 3 days of being cooped up in the hotel room and listening to how miserable I'm making my husband, I mean, he understood and was empathetic, but not the way, until it happens to you, Jimmy. I mean, I was a nurse. I didn't understand chronic pain. I didn't understand invisible disabilities, paperwork for disability. I mean, it's all geared so they don't get the benefit. And it's all geared to how can we not pay that person? And instead of trying to help that person and empower that person to want to get off disability, it's literally a system designed to make you fail and feel disempowered. And that just really made a lot of sense right here. I mean, that was a really good, insightful.
Being back here at Las Vegas as a new person has had to have been totally enlightening for you. I mean, totally freeing. I mean, this is almost a celebration of your new Nikki Lawley.
It's sort of like a rebirth. I'm not even kidding. I mean, I genuinely feel I'm making so much more of an impact now, just because people see the real. They see the struggle, but they see how I deal. They see the real, but they see how I deal. It's like people don't want to be around perfect people. They just want to see how you deal with your imperfections.
Oh my God, and Lord knows some of us have more imperfections than perfections, and we're comfortable with those imperfections because guess what? We're both humans. We're frail beings. We have issues in our lives that we have to deal with. And isn't it amazing, in 2021, I really believe for the first time, most people understand that how important mental health is. It's taken a lot of professional athletes coming forward to say, I'm dealing with some shit here, and I turn to weed. Sha'Carri Richardson, an Olympic sprinter for the United States of America, decides to give up her one shot every 4 years. She can come back because she knew she needed the medicine to help her. And now she's, back competing again. Nikki, you're back again. What's the future for you now that you're the new person? I think you want to go out on the speaking circuit and tell your story to others. Am I right?
I've just seen how my story can change people's lives. And I feel like I'm giving others hope when I had none. A billboard literally saved my life by showing me, get your medical marijuana card here today, as I was plotting my death, realizing, the universe just played an insane role that day. And I went to a dispensary with a kid that was understanding. And, you know, it was the wrong stuff for me. I mean, but he did his best, and we don't know what we don't know, and we're not born with this knowledge, and for sure never knew about cannabis as medicine working as a nurse. I mean, immediately when I saw that billboard drive by and said, get your medical marijuana card here today, I was like, oh, that's a really good idea. Immediately I saw the TV ad back from the 80s that your brain on drugs with the egg and your brain and, you know, the whole frying concept. And I'm like, oh, great idea, Nikki. Get your weed card and get your brain frying on drugs. That's got to be great for a brain injury. But I mean, I was melting down, Jimmy. I mean, I was ready to die. I mean, could not continue that quality of life.
You know what's interesting? You know that there's controversy about billboards in cannabis. There are some states that are banning them. Some states don't want them up. One of my biggest issues, and here's a perfect example of why we need them, or more importantly, we need to share information with the public that isn't enlightened about the plant. Because you saw that, before you saw that billboard, you were like, no, you're a child of dare, right?
Yes,
I mean, right?
yes.
Right? So now, you're one person that message saved. Do you know how many times have you heard cannabis has saved my life, cannabis has changed my life? Pretty amazing.
Every day. And anytime I share something about an overcoming situation, I get countless stories right back saying, you know, hey, that's happened to me. I came off all these opiates. I mean, cannabis saved my life, and I'm not saying that just as speaking.
Right.
I mean, it's my passion. I genuinely am driven by the plant and how it can help and heal people. But heal people is different than cure people. Right. Cannabis is a tool in my recovery. It is not a cure-all. And what works for me might not work for you, Jimmy, because different parts of my brain need receptors that we have, and different types of cannabis really fill those receptors in the right way, and different cultivars really affect me differently. Understanding terpenes and what is in the product I'm utilizing, that's why I would rather pay a little more money via a dispensary, especially Nevada. And I mean, people can argue with me and say it's all corrupt and whatever, but at the end of the day, I understand what percentages of terpenes there are and what percentages, sometimes of minor cannabinoids, depending on the state. But this to me is a fundamental concept of my medicine, you know, and like a strain name means nothing. I had gelato 25 times from different cultivars, and it's never really been my jam. I had gelato here and by Verano, and it was game changing. It was totally medicating. And so when I heard it was gelato, I'm like, and just because that's been my experience with that name of product. And so COAs, certificates of analysis, the recipe for your cookie dough is so, so important. Because Jimmy, your cookie dough, you might like walnuts. Walnuts will kill me. So your ingredients and what you like and what works for you and satisfies your taste is the same thing, isn't necessarily the same thing that will work for me.
And as a medical professional, you know, we're dealing with a medicine that affects everybody differently. And it's not a cure-all, you've already mentioned that, for all things. But you say it's a tool. It's just another tool in that toolbox that humans can use to enhance their living in a responsible way. But unfortunately, because the research is still so limited, you still have to learn by doing it yourself, right?
Absolutely. And not the fact that I didn't give up. So when I got saved with the billboard and got my medical card, I then went back to Buffalo, and A, chronic pain wasn't part of our approved conditions. B, we didn't have any flour. And I found out that I don't metabolize fat-soluble things. I mean, through this journey, I mean, it's not been, you know, somebody handed me a piece of paper and said, this is what you need and how it's going to work for you.
It's hard work.
It is, because, I mean, finding tested cannabis So the fountains are starting,
The fountains
Jimmy.
behind us at the Bellagio?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, here they go. Wow. Dan, I don't know. Can you pan over a little bit? You can't. We'll get, I tell you what, right. He knows. He's such a smart guy. What does he do? He whips out his phone to get second screen content, and we'll add that into this interview because those Bellagio fountains are so spectacular. And look at this amazing view. Nikki, you are an incredible, incredible story, incredible woman.
What can I tell you? I'm passionate about this industry, this movement, and the role Pro Cannabis Media continues to play as we build our following. So please like, share, subscribe to our newsletters and our programs, and join us live or on demand on our Roku, Apple, and YouTube channels. Remember, people, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. We'll see you later. Coming up on Green Rush Live, the business of cannabis this week is interstate commerce of cannabis already legal under the Constitution and laws? One law professor from Vanderbilt University says yes. It's Professor Robert Mikos, and his thoughts were published by the BU Law Press. Now he'll be joined with legal leaders, compliance officers, CEOs, and other economists to debate this on Green Rush Live, the business of cannabis talk show on PCM TV and Pro Cannabis Media. Pro Cannabis Media programming is available live and on demand on our Facebook page at Pro Canna Media, on Instagram at Pro Cannabis Media, on LinkedIn also at Pro Cannabis Media, on YouTube and YouTube Live on Pro Cannabis Media, Twitter at Pro Canna Media, and on twitch.tv/Pro Cannabis Media. So like, share, and subscribe to all of our content, newsletters, and shows live or on demand.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.